Okay, so we're going to start YouTube in just a second. Okay. All right, Mayor Kandel, it's 6:15 and you are live on YouTube.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. And I'd like to call this meeting of the City Council to order at 6:15 on March 22nd in 2021. So for the record, I won't take a roll call, but I will indicate that everyone is present except for Cam Burks, who will hopefully join us in the closed session directly following this open session. So do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
A second?
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. All right, a roll call. Vice Mayor Geringer,
Aye.
Councilmember Nduri,
Aye.
and Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
And I am also an aye, and so we have 4 yeses and 1 absent. All right, so now we have public comments on the closed session item only. If you have public comment on any other item on the agenda, save that for 7 o'clock, but this is for the items on the closed session. Do we have any hands?
No hands are raised at this time, Mayor Kandel.
Sounds great. So we will adjourn for the closed session. Thank you.
And I'll just remind everyone, we will let the stream run, but the council will return at 7 o'clock for open session. Hi, I'm Communications Analyst Jeff Heyman with the City of Lafayette, and the Lafayette City Council is in closed session right now. You have tuned into the right place. This is the Lafayette City Council meeting. They are in closed session. They should be out of closed session, and we'll be opening the public session, the open session at 7 o'clock. So thanks for tuning in. We'll see you back here at 7 o'clock. Okay, it looks like the council is coming back to the closed session. So we should be getting started about 7 o'clock. All right, there's someone who's come in as City of Lafayette. You'll have to come in under another name. We can't have two City of Lafayettes in the meeting. So the person who came in as City of Lafayette, if you could sign out and come back in under your name, that would be great. Thanks. Gina. All right, we're just standing by for the full council to join us, and we should be starting about 7 o'clock. We're restarting the open meeting, I should say. Okay, here comes City Manager Nirup Srivastava.
Jeff, hi
Hi,
Gina.
Nirup. How are you?
Fine, thank you. I need to create my own account. It's about time.
You know, you could get one of the free ones, and then you could join anyway, because you wouldn't have to
Exactly.
worry about the time limit.
Yeah.
All right, I think we're just waiting for the mayor. Carl here. Yeah, Carl's there. We need Mala, the mayor, and possibly Cam. Was he in the closed session?
No, but he will be joining
Okay.
us.
Keep
He
my-
was on a call.
I'll keep my eyes out for him.
Are we expecting former Mayor Anderson as well at the beginning?
Well, I'm not sure how much we'd want to say about that. He's certainly on the agenda for his presentation, and you're correct. I don't see his name there. I do see a telephone number. If you are the former mayor, Mike Anderson, using a telephone number ending in 260, why don't you raise your hand so we know that it's you? That's *9 on a telephone. If that's not the mayor, then I don't know, but I did hear from the mayor, and he was planning on being here for his presentation with the current mayor, the former mayor and the current mayor. I don't see him in the crowd. You are correct.
Yeah, okay. Just keeping my eye on that list.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And you are still co-host, Joanne?
Yeah,
Okay, good. And Molly, you're co-host as well, right? Yeah. All right.
It doesn't show me as a co-host, Jeff.
All right, let me,
well,
we go.
if I, yeah,
That's probably because you logged out and came back in, but there we go.
got it.
All right, let me just look at the list here. We got about a minute to, well, about 15 seconds to 7, actually. But let me see. No Cam. No Mike Anderson. As I said, he did write back that he got the invitation. He was looking forward to being here tonight.
Want to step out and make a call or an email, and I can let Cam in if I see him?
Yeah,
I can give Mike a call.
okay, that would be great.
Let me do that.
All right.
Okay.
And we're just waiting for Carl to turn his camera on. And Teresa as well. All right, so it is 1 minute after 7, just so you know. We can wait a little bit, or we could take other public comment.
Let's wait a little
Whatever you'd
bit.
like, Madam Mayor, the gavel is in your hands.
Let's wait to hear.
Okay. Well, there's smiles.
He's
but
coming
that's-
in.
Okay, very good. I'll tell you, he retires and he forgets we run a tight ship here. All right, hold on a sec. Okay, I see now what's happening.
Courtney
All right,
Murphy
Madam-
is on.
Yep, we got it covered. Madam Mayor, go ahead.
All right, thank you.
now.
Thank you, everybody. And I'd like to resume our meeting today on March 22nd, 2021. So right now, we've come out of closed session with nothing to report. And I'd like to now take public comments for items not on the agenda tonight. Otherwise, wait for your items. So do we have any public comments for items not on the agenda?
Well, I believe we do, but I'm not sure. Okay, there we go. Hold on 1 second. Cam is going to be joining the meeting.
Oh, excellent.
All right, there we go. All right, Cam's joining the meeting. All right, Madam Mayor, we have 4 hands raised, and the first up will be John McCormick. Okay, John, you are good to go.
Excellent. All right. Well, hello. Hello, everybody. I know most of you, but just want to do a quick introduction. Mayor Kendall, members of the City Council, Citizens Lafayette. My name is John McCormick. My wife and I own La Miranda Music, and I'm also president of the Lafayette Chamber Board of Directors this year. And I would like to take just a couple minutes and just speak briefly about our newest Ann Denny Award recipient. Real briefly, the Ann Denny Award was established by the Lafayette Chamber several years ago to recognize those in our community who have made extraordinary contributions, but really don't fit into the Business Person of the Year or Citizen of the Year criteria. It's not something that we give out annually, but it's only when an exceptional person is nominated and approved by the Chamber Board. And the award is named in Ann Denny's honor. Ann Denny served as the Lafayette Chamber's Executive Director from 1993 to 2005. And she was a leader that represented the best qualities that each of us admire and respect. And she was beloved by residents and business owners alike. And this year, we are really pleased to recognize former Mayor Mike Anderson as our 4th Ann Denny Award recipient.
Wow.
As you may know, as you all know, of course, here in the council, is that Mike was on city council for 16 years and was mayor several times, and we all loved him. But in particular, the chamber wanted to call out his steady leadership of Lafayette through just a tumultuous 2020 that saw coronavirus and wildfires and power outages and demonstrations, multiple business shutdowns, and through all of that, he really led us with dignity, transparency, common sense, and always with a smile, like he has now. He gave us comfort as he approached every hurdle for the community with just humanity and respect. And it's just such an honor. He joins Stanley music teacher Bob Athade, who we all love, former police chief Eric Christensen, and Mayor Don Tatson as the other 3 award winners. And so just on behalf of the board, the chamber staff, and all the members of the Lafayette Chamber, we would just like to say congratulations to Mike. A big thank you for all you've done for us. Normally we do this in a public event. This is as public as we get, but we just wanted to, from the chamber, we'll do something perhaps, I think, more public later on this year, knock on wood, but we just wanted to say thank you very much for all your service, and the chamber just really respects you and wishes you nothing but the best.
John, thank you very, very much. This is a big, big surprise. The doorbell rang. And there's Jay there, and he's got a package for me. It'll all be explained in a little bit. Don't worry. Amazing. Okay, you got me. You got me. Thank you very,
Excellent.
very much. This is great. Thank you.
Aw.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mayor. And thank you very much, City Council.
Absolutely. Thank you for doing this. It's a perfect
deserved.
awardee, yes, for this particular honor. Nice done. Thank you. We appreciate everything you did last
Yeah.
year.
Great to see you.
Okay, and Mayor Anderson, I believe we have some other folks who want to provide public comment, but they'd like you to stay in the meeting. So next up is
Okay.
Kathy Merchant.
All righty. This is an ambush.
Hey, Mike.
Hi, Kathy.
So I don't know your shoe size, but I know you've left an enormous footprint in the East Bay, both in your leadership with the regional parks and what seems like a centennial celebration tonight of your leadership on the city council. I did some background checking, and I noticed online in a Patch News article, recent article, a lovely photo of Gina as a candidate for city council. And there was a very dapper Cam also as a city council member. But I also noticed one December 11th, 2012, and it was touting you as the new mayor of Lafayette under, let's see, can you see me? Can anyone
I
see me?
can. I
Oh,
can.
good.
Yes.
It has a lovely acknowledgement of you as the mayor. You tell me if you can see this.
I can see it, and that
And
is
it
me
says-
on a bad hair day. That's me.
It says,
No doubt.
it says Mayor Anderson is new mayor of Lafayette. This is not Photoshop. I promise you it's real. Who knew
Okay.
the two of you would share a corner of Lafayette history again in 2021? It looks like your hair colors are the same, but I've never heard a biting, so to speak, comment by you in a public meeting. Rather, you're always the epitome of grace, respectful, listening, and perfectly timed humor. May your retirement be brighter than that of the Lafayette Coyote.
Thank you very much, Kathy. I
You're welcome.
really appreciate that.
Okay.
And I just have to say that the story you told reminds me of something that actually happened when I was first running, where they would actually publish pictures of the candidates in the paper. This is when there was the Contra Costa Times some time ago. And the picture for me was a blonde woman kind of staring very nicely at the camera. And I thought, well, you know, that's pretty good. I probably get a few votes, you know, I might be okay. But I did contact the paper and they were very upset. And so anyway, those things happen, but thank you for that. There's a lot there. That's great.
You're better looking than the Coyote.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, Mayor Anderson, we have, I think, a few more folks that have some comments for you. Joining us next will be Larry Blodgett. Larry, go ahead, you're on. Except you just muted yourself.
All right. Well, thank you.
There he
I'm
is.
dealing with older technology, and so I thank you for humoring me here. Mike, what can I say? We go back a few years. Back before I had gray in my beard and mustache, and when I had a bit more hair. I got to tell you, you have made such an profound impact on our community. Your graceful smile and friendly demeanor has meant to so many of us here in the city. I don't think I've ever seen you angry. I've seen you be firm, but never anger. But then I haven't been attending a lot of the meetings in the last couple years.
You may have missed a few things.
But I doubt that seriously. But, you know, back from the days of me serving on design review, which was nearly 12 years ago that I served, and you being on the planning commission, when we first got a chance to work together and on, I don't know, countless different committees. And, you know, you've always just been this steady demeanor. I'm going to mention some words that I attribute to you and your personality. Level-headed. Always have seen you level-headed. Calm demeanor. I've never seen you get riled. Objective, fair, thorough, thoughtful, kind, and always good-natured. I have to say, there's, as Kathy mentioned, there's some pretty big shoes to fill of your shoe size, whatever that may be. I hope that our sitting commissions and committees and council will always do the WWMD. What would Mike do in this situation? Honestly, I mean it with all sincerity, Mike. You know, I can't begin to thank you enough for your time. It's a thankless job. So I'm glad you're getting the Ann Denny Award, because that's about as good as it gets, probably. But again, thank you to you, and actually thank you to Courtney, who has endured all of these years of having to have you give up your time from your family, you know, be a giant target, and just again, a huge thank you.
Larry, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And I do remember when you received the Business Person of the Year award. And I don't know, that's been quite some time ago, at least 10 years.
It has been.
But I really enjoyed those celebrations. The community getting together like we haven't been able to do is something so important. It'll be so good to get back into that mode. So thank you. All good feeling. All good feeling. Memory. Thank you. All right. David.
Okay. I believe we have a couple more folks who want to say something to you. I think you get the honorary title of Mayor Anderson for the rest of your life. So I'm sure you that. So here we go. Up next is Don Tatson. And he gets that title too, Mayor Tatson.
Right.
Well, hello, Mike. How are you?
Doing good, Don. I just saw you the other day.
I know. And I'm glad you missed me on the curb there. So I wanted to take time to congratulate you on this well-deserved honor. You're joining a small and select group of Lafayette residents.
Yeah.
So your 16 years on the council were marked by thoughtful and great achievements. And before that, you had served on the Planning Commission and the General Plan Review Committee, and I had gotten to see you in some of those settings. And often I was thinking to myself, I hope this guy doesn't retire before I do. So I lucked out. And I would just say, I've known most of the Lafayette City Council members during the past 53 years that the city's been incorporated. And I doubt that any of them could have met the moment of the last 2 years as well as you did. All those years in planning design review or planning general plan, city council, were in many ways just preparing you for those last 2 years. as well as all those years at East Bay Regional Parks District. And so thank you for all you've done and all you're continuing to do for Lafayette, and your service will be long remembered. Thanks a
Don,
lot.
thank you for what you did, man. As I described to people and it came back to me, I did a half Tatson. You know, people got that. They understood exactly what
Well,
I'm
my
talking
view is
about.
you accomplished more in half the time than I did. So
Well, it's
You're just a
about how many
faster learner.
points you get on the entry is important. And you would clean, very clean, you know. Don, thank you. Great working with you. You know that. And,
Well, yes.
It's a wonderful place.
it is. It is.
It is.
And I'm sure these folks will keep it that way.
I know they will.
All right. Thank you. Good night.
All right, Don. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay,
Thank you.
we do have a couple more folks who want to provide public comment. I don't know if it's on another topic or on this topic, but I'm feeling it might be on another topic. Just feeling I have. I'm not a mind reader, but I don't know, Mayor Kandel, do you want the council members to address former Mayor Anderson?
Absolutely. If anybody has any comments to say, please. Now, oh, thank you, Councilmember Burks.
Hey, Mike.
Mayor Can.
I literally pushed my boss off the phone so I could get here in time to congratulate you, but I'm sorry I was late. Congratulations. I just wanted to personally thank you. You know, you stepped in. I stepped down early as mayor, and you readily stepped up, and it was just amazing what you did over the last 2 years, and the amount that I've learned from you, and both from your salmon recipes and your beer making, plus your policy making. No, you've really just completely been the best, and I just want to congratulate you and all the best to you and Courtney. Thank you.
Thank you, Cam. Appreciate that very much. I really do.
Absolutely. Vice Mayor Geringer.
So it's all already been said, but the smile on your face when they said who the recipient of the Andini Award just said it all. It was that genuine, it appeared to be a genuine surprise, but definitely.
Oh, yes. This is a complete ambush. You guys got me. You got me.
But definitely, you know, missing that smile, but still being able to have all the lessons and all that you left for us and all of the training that you gave us over the last couple of years by modeling what it takes to be calm under pressure and to never, ever give up the sense of humor, quiet and dry at times, but absolutely necessary in doing what we do. And that you're always just a phone call away. And so I very much appreciate that. And I can just feel Andini smiling right now and just very much in full agreement with this decision to give you this award. So congratulations. And thanks to Courtney too.
I'll pass that along. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Dawson.
Hi, Mike. It's so good to see you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I just want to say, when I heard you were getting this award, I was very excited. I did do a little research and saw it's definitely for people with exceptional leadership skills and just a model of excellence. And you've been inspirational. And since the day I met you, I think 12 years ago, when we first moved in, my family at an Arts and Wine Festival downtown, you same thing, had that wonderful smile, and it welcomed our family, and it spoke to me. And this, so many years later, with all the different ways I've met you and all the different meetings, it still speaks volumes of the person you are. Just open, engaging, just a lovely person. And I thank you so much for what you've done for our community, for your inspiration, how you walk the world. Very glad to know you. So keep smiling and hope to see you around.
You will, and thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Nduri.
Mayor Anderson. It's just an incredible body of work. The last 2 years were amazing what you did, but looking back over the last almost 30 years that you contributed to the city, it really is incredible. So no one could deserve this honor more. Our city is very lucky to have had models like you. I mean, all of us on the council look to those in the past. You're just a great model for us all, and how to carry out the duties, how to care about the city, how to think about the long-term interest of the city. So I've been thinking about you in past meetings as we set our goals tonight. I'll be thinking about you and the example that you set. So thanks for all you've done for the city.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. I'll keep it short and sweet, but you know what? Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. And wow, the city of Lafayette was so lucky to have you in charge when we entered into 2020. I can't underestimate what you must have been going through your mind, dealing with everything that came at you so fast and doing it so well and being the right person of the millennia for Lafayette at that moment. I mean, I'm not joking. It just gave me great comfort, and honestly, so glad that you were there. And, you know, like I said, it's better to be lucky than good. And we got lucky to have you there. So thank you so much, Mike, for everything that you've done. Just an honor. Like Gina said, it's an honor to know you.
Well, all of you are doing wonderful things for this great community. And it's the community that moves you forward. It keeps you doing this. I'll be so glad when we can start getting together again and do those great celebrations of Business Person of the Year or State of the City. I mean, that's when really it gets to be so wonderful, because you feel the love and you feel the community. You feel community.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a big surprise. I am honored. I am very surprised. I thank you all. And
thank you.
I don't know what to say.
Good. No, that's great. Well, thank you. And so I don't know if anybody else is going to comment on other items. I know you're going to be part of the first agenda item. And so please stay on if it happens to be you, but we'll go ahead with the public comments as we go. Thank you, Mike.
Okay,
Yeah, so,
thank you all very much.
Former Mayor Anderson, congratulations again. And what we'll do is I'll move you over to the attendee portion for the rest of this public comment, and then we'll bring you back in for your agenda item. So thank you so much and congratulations. Stand by.
Okay.
Bye.
Okay, Mayor Kandel, we have 3 hands raised for this portion of the public comment. I will remind folks, because we do have a couple telephone callers there, if you're on a telephone and you do want to provide public comment, to use *9. If you're on a laptop or a computer or something like that, then go ahead and just hit the raise hand function. So coming up next is Lisa Disbro.
Hi there.
Hello.
Hi. Thank you for this opportunity. I just want to say good evening to everybody. And looking over the agenda, it's just another example tonight of all the hard work you folks do. So I just want you to hear that I appreciate and recognize your service to the community. And I did want to offer a couple of comments. Last meeting, when we were listening and you moved the El Curtola to the consent and you pulled it, a number of us weren't familiar with that procedure. And we did stay on until the very close of the meeting, because my first time speaking to you was at 12:15, and we just didn't understand the process. And I don't think we're alone in not being familiar with that process. So I'm just going to ask that, you know, if that happens again, maybe an explanation or some way for people to understand that the issue they were concerned about is not going to be heard. And then I also wanted to bring up that today on the overpass, our message was freedom matters. And we had a number of neighbors come through and just tell us how much they appreciate the effort and the message. And it was not just one, it was not two, it was many. And they were saying, you know, we appreciate you guys. We like you guys being here. And to that point, I want to let you know that it is hard to be in the minority. It is hard to have a minority view, and it's hard to be demeaned. And many people come by and say, can I take a picture with you? But they won't come up because they're afraid of being harassed by others. And so I would like you to keep that in mind, that we're up there just to be good Americans because we love this country. We love our Constitution. Sorry, I'm out here in Lafayette. And we know that many people just look at the flag and feel good when they see it. That doesn't mean we have to share the same positions or views, but it does mean we're e pluribus unum, out of many, one. And that is our message. And so with that, I just want to really quickly remind the council that when the man came up and was able to launch the flag, that was because we complied with Mayor Candel's request to not stand by our flags. So that was an unintended consequence. I know the mayor didn't anticipate that. We didn't anticipate it either, but that was because we weren't by.
Time is up.
We weren't by the flag. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. And sorry for the confusion of the last meeting.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, we have 3 hands raised. Mayor Candel, up next is David Clark.
Hi, everybody. Jeff, you're right. I wasn't calling primarily about Mayor Anderson, but I can pivot. So I realize he's not on the panel right now, but it's nice to see you, Mayor Anderson. And I will say that the thing I appreciated about you that I noticed over and over again was your ability to focus amidst what I consider to be many, many distractions, but among many other positive qualities. But I was calling in because I wanted to say a couple of positive things about the Housing Element 101 program that was put on by GPAC. As some of you may have seen, I attended more than one of those sessions, and I would like to say that they were uniformly excellent. I realized that part of each program was a video, and that video didn't change from program to program. So when I say uniformly excellent, I mean beyond the video. That I thought it was, the programs were correctly staffed. The people that were there were able to answer questions, and I just think that the enthusiasm and basically the positive vibe that went with each one of those sessions was good. So the Sarah Allen, Jonathan Fox, and Diana Greg Wolf, and I know that some of you were on some of those programs as well, but I just wanted to pass that on. I thought they were well conceived, well carried out, and informative and educational. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Candel, next up is Craig D. And then we have one more caller after that. So now is Craig D. Craig D is joining the meeting. Okay, Craig D, you are on, so go ahead. You can unmute yourself and start up.
I'm sorry, guys. Am I here now?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. And it's hard to follow all of the great and appropriate accolades I just saw for former Mayor Anderson. And congratulations to the whole city. I've been a resident here, and I'll just say, I didn't know it, but I guess I am the beneficiary of all the great work that this whole city council has done over that time. So I want to follow on a little more somber note, I'm afraid, this evening, and off the public comment. And we lost a public service officer today in Boulder, Colorado. I think many of us may know about what happened there. And I am a citizen of this town, or this city, I should say, that is very concerned about notions of defunding our public safety officials, okay? And some of the people that have come into our town have said or called our public safety officials other things than what I would call them and respect them with. And today, to me, is just a reminder for us, and I hope for the city council, that we never forget who is making sure that my little nieces are able to walk to school, and thank God they're able to go to school now at some level. I want that protection in this city. I am expecting and hoping that our city council will never forget that we can never defund anything that has to do with public safety in this city. And that's just about all I have to say about it. I think it's a great, safe community, and we should keep it that way. And I implore you, in the work that you do, to make sure you hold that as a high priority. Thank you.
Thank you too. Thank you.
All right, Mayor Kandel. Oh, we have two folks with their hands raised. So joining next will be telephone number ending in 260. All right, go ahead. Telephone number ending in 260. You are on.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Am I on?
Yes, you are.
I've never done this before. I'm calling about the El Catola overpass rally. And I just want to say, in the arts and in other environments I've been in, I've experienced a sort of cancel culture for decades that repressed any expression that was not considered politically correct enough. And people censored themselves through fear of the consequences that they saw occurring. And so communication and knowledge of each other was greatly limited, making it easy for people to believe falsehoods. And I believe the mainstream media has for decades also been purged of any variety of opinions by the same process, so that now there is a uniform narrative censoring the truth. And an example is the Channel 4 report about the overpass rally that does not mention that Antifa was the catalyst for any arrests that have occurred. Many people stopped to express deep gratitude that we are protesting on the bridge. A woman from India stopped to talk with me at a rally and said she would not dare to tell her support of the rally to the Lafayette City Council or Channel 2, who was there at the time, because her husband is an executive and would lose his job. This is the cancel culture at work, causing you to see mostly people who oppose our free expression. And the fact that neighbors are concerned about such things as safety of children biking across the overpass because of the rally, it just tells me that the narrative that Trump supporters are dangerous, violent, and give reason for triggering is being believed. And the concern is more about who we are in our message than safety of motorists. There are many distractions to drivers. What is behind the cancel culture that is perverting the basis of our country and world are people who desire to divide us. They desire to cause hatred between Americans and to remove all dissent so they can impose Marxist ideals on us through the use of false narratives and propaganda that lead people to submit to the rule of elites who restrict our speech and direct our lives. I'm horrified to see this effectively removing the liberty that many have died to secure for us. This cancel culture is reminiscent of the denunciation sessions of Maoist China and is what we are protesting. We have the right to express our deep concern and must be allowed to continue. Socialism leads to totalitarianism because the rights of the individual must be subject to the interest of the collective, as determined by the elites in power and forced on the society through whatever means are necessary. Force is valued over innovation and creativity, and this is what we are protesting. Do not be party with the elite class who use their power to censor, cancel, and control people. And this is what we were thankful to see President Trump standing against socialism. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak in your meeting, and we appreciate your work for the community.
Thank you.
I hope you heard me. I hope you heard me. I don't even know if this.
We did. We heard
I-
you. We heard you. Yes, thank
very
you.
much. Thank you very much.
All right, Mayor Anderson, we have one more hand raised, and it's Matthew Tarantino, who is joining the meeting now.
And it's Mayor Candell, just letting you know.
Wait, what did I say?
Mayor Anderson.
Oh
It was
my
cute.
goodness. I guess I'm under
Fabulous.
the influence of all that.
It's okay.
The
It's
I'm on
okay.
autopilot tonight. All right, Mayor Candell, we have one more hand raised, and it's Matt Tarantino.
Hi, good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yes. You just muted yourself.
Mute. Am I back on?
Yes.
You can hear me? Great. Hi, good evening, everyone. City of Lafayette and Mayor Candell, good evening. Want to thank you again for the opportunity to come on to the Zoom call with the City of Lafayette and just kind of express our thoughts and concerns. The topic that I want to touch upon, of course, is on the El Cartel overpass. As some of you may know, I've spoken with this group before in the past on previous Zoom meetings. Prominent member of the group with Lisa Dispro and the Patriots of Contra Costa County. And the thoughts that I just wanted to express tonight was just to kind of touch upon where our position stands as it is with what we're trying to do in our message as it pertains to moving forward. Initially, our position as a group was to protest the theft of the 2020 election. There was a tremendous amount of nationwide voter fraud. And after many of the legal cases being denied by the various state Supreme Courts and the Supreme Court of the United States, we've basically moved our agenda and our messaging forward as basically putting it back on the First Amendment and the freedom of speech, which is really the core group of ideals that we are focused on as conservatives. As the previous caller had just touched upon, in our current state of cancel culture and everything that is going on with social media, there's a demonization on anything that goes outside of what's considered the inclusive class of the progressive idealism. And anything outside of that is considered intolerant, bigoted, or just insensitive to the overall group. So I just want to touch upon the fact that if you were to see our group gather on there on Mondays and Fridays, we are a tremendously diverse group of people of various backgrounds, immigrants, folks from across the United States. So the core focus of why we're there is to basically get our message that free speech is at the core values of our country. And if we do not have the ability of expressing ourselves in any way, shape, or form, that is a dangerous precedent for any free society. Now, the thought of the city council and some of the local residents that we're posing a safety hazard to the motorists is unfounded in the sense that we are not up on the bridge forcing drivers to get their gaze and attention off the road and get them to stare at us. Our displays, our message can be viewed for as much as a half a mile away, and we're not putting laser pointers on the driver's eyes. We're not doing spotlights. We're not using megaphones. We're just having a passive gathering up on the overpass. And it's really no different than you would see like an advertisement on the roof of an Uber or Lyft car or a digital billboard throughout the Bay Area. So the idea that we are posing a safety hazard to the drivers is really unfounded, as pursuant to the CHP studies going back 6 months prior before we even were gathering El Cartola. So I just wanted to
Time is up.
Yeah, so
Thank you. Please wrap it up.
So yeah, that was it. Just want to let everyone know that we're up there peacefully gathering in just a very beautiful, diverse manner. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Mayor Susan Candell. We have one more speaker, and that is Marlene. Marlene will be joining the meeting now. Okay, Marlene, you are in the meeting, so go ahead and unmute yourself and please begin.
You are muted, Marlene.
All right. Marlene, do you want to just ask you to unmute? And I've asked you to start your video too, in case that may be holding you up. We'll give you another minute or so. Okay, Mayor Candell, your call. Do we wish to wait, or maybe if Marlene raises her hand later, we can bring her back in?
Yes, that's
them back in.
Sounds great.
Okay, very good.
So we will move forward if Marlene can come back in afterwards. So we will move on to our first presentation. And so hopefully we'll bring back in Mayor Mike Anderson.
As long as I call everyone by the right name, I guess I'll be all right. All right, it is now former Mayor Mike Anderson joining us and joining current Mayor Susan Candell.
Hello, Mike, you are muted.
Okay, there we go. I'm out of practice. And that's
okay.
a good thing.
Yes. All right, so tonight we wanted to speak about and honor and give light to Contra Costa Health's Day of Hope and Healing to commemorate the 1-year anniversary of the first loss of life to COVID-19 in Contra Costa County, and for the tireless work of our frontline workers. And I think, Mike, I would love to hear some words. You were in charge when this all happened and started. And if you have any comments, I would love to hear them.
Well, thank you. I thought about this, and I really want to make sure that people understand that when this issue came up, I was not really aware of the potential impact. And Councilmember Burks was the real bringer of the fire to the conversation. He had the information, he knew the potential for it to become a very serious issue. And I know that City Manager Savatsa and I talked with Councilmember Burks and got a perspective on what was going to be our future, although I never expected that it would be a year long, 500,000 dead, 4 people dying in Lafayette, 500 cases. But he really brought the information. So I thank you, Councilmember Burks. That was really the essential piece to get the city oriented in the right direction. And then as a follow-up, Councilmember Bliss was consistently concerned at the end of each meeting that we acknowledge the loss, as well as the impact of the disease, the virus, on the community at large, as well as in Lafayette. And I have to, really give him full credit for assuring that each session was an opportunity for us to recognize and spend just a moment, nothing really long or focused, but just to put it all back in our mind again, that this was something of real great import. And so it was really a matter of listening to these two gentlemen and then talking with the community and seeing what was going on. And I'll just quickly wrap up by saying our staff had a wonderful approach in terms of keeping the city active and alive. And Narup, the idea of getting Townsend on board and getting the grant processes going and getting good information out through Jeff Heyman. I mean, I think it was an incredibly well-coordinated, positive effort in a circumstance of great concern. So a lot of credit goes out to a lot of good folks who are still there on the job. And that's how we got started. So today, back to you, Mayor Kandel.
Great. Yeah, thank you. And I can't agree more. I did thank all the staff on the anniversary of the shutdown for everything that they've done for our city to keep it open, and their positive attitude to the huge pivot in our city. And I do want to extend also to all of our businesses, especially our frontline business, our grocery stores and our restaurants, everyone who, and our schools. What a great endeavor. And we just want to kind of honor that we're hopefully looking forward with in terms of hope and healing at this point a year after it. So just to give you some statistics from City Manager Savatsa, is on March 15th, 2020, Mayor Anderson declared the existence of a local emergency due to COVID-19. On March 20th, 2020, the City Council adopted a resolution ratifying the mayor's proclamation of emergency. As of this morning, there were 64,642 confirmed cases of COVID-19 and 734 deaths in our county. Lafayette has had 573 cases of COVID-19 and 4 deaths. The good news is that our county's tier metrics, which is the cases per thousand, the testing positivity rate, and equity metric are going down. Over 500,000 vaccine doses have been administered countywide, 500,000 countywide, and 17,000 in Lafayette alone. And we're now in the red tier after months of being the most restrictive purple tier. I honestly hope that each and every one of you who have access to the vaccine, please go get it. If you have any reservations or questions about the efficacy or the safety of the vaccine, enough so that it is keeping you from getting the vaccine, please go and speak to your doctor. We have such a great resource of doctors in our area, and each and every one of them is so caring and want you to get the best care possible. So please, reach out to them if you have any questions or concerns. So with that, in the spirit of hope and healing, let's all participate in a moment of silence. And please participate in any manner comfortable to you. Thank you. All right. Thank you, everybody, for participating, and please keep good thoughts moving forward. And thank you, Mayor Anderson, for joining us tonight on this wonderful and heartfelt occasion.
Mayor Kandel, do you want to see if there's any public comment on this item?
Sure.
Okay. And well, I believe Marlene is back, so I don't know if she wants, if they want to comment on this item or something else, but we will bring Marlene into the meeting now. Okay, Marlene, go ahead. You're in the meeting.
Oh, hi. I'm so sorry for my ineptness. I was lost in my windows searching. So I'm also speaking tonight in support of the dedicated citizens who gather regularly on the El Cartola overpass. They're gathering to show their love of our country and their determination that will continue to be a land of freedom and justice for all. In recent times, there have been destructive forces that have misled many Americans into believing that our country is not a place of honor, and that our entire proud history is a lie, and that our flag should not be respected. But these are obviously not true, else why would tens of thousands of people move toward our borders, even by foot, many of them, with the hope of joining us in this great land. So the people who gather on El Cartola are a symbol that we can and will remain free and continue to work toward a country where everyone enjoys both freedom and prosperity. The demonstrations may have started purely as Trump political rallies, but as was mentioned earlier, in the face of today's cancel culture, where careers are quickly destroyed, and in the face of the ideas that there are proposals for eliminating many of our basic freedoms in the Bill of Rights, the overpass events are really now more a rally for all freedom-loving Americans. And anyone, regardless of political party, who wants to preserve our country's basic principles is welcome to come and have peaceful, objective discussions of ways to better our great republic. There are many honking horns from the road below that testify to the positive impact that the people on the overpass are having. And we also have many people stop by and talk with us. In a world with so much negativity, it's good to see people standing up for free speech, standing up for our constitutional rights, and standing up for our flag. I know and I'm aware that you are dealing with many difficult issues that are critical to the community, but there's really nothing more critical than defending our country's basic principles. I hope that in the future, council members will join us on the overpass, and that you will come to have an appreciation, a greater appreciation for the patriotic activity that's taking place there. And thank you very much.
Thank you. And I apologize for the change of emotion back to the present after that solemn moment.
Okay, Mayor Kandel, we do have another hand raised. It's Craig D. who did, well, now his hand's gone down.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, now it's come back up. All right, well, let's see if he does want to speak on this item. All right, Craig D. is joining the meeting now.
Sorry for the delay. Can you guys hear me again?
Yes. Are you going to speak on the Hope and Healing?
Yes, I am.
Okay,
And
thank you.
I too, I just listening to the metrics of the number of lives that we lost, and all of them are so sad. And again, I think what a great job for this city council. It sounds like are on the downside of something that's been horrible for our community and the world as a whole. I just want to caution all of us when we look at statistics like you threw out, Mayor Kandel, and thank you for that statistic. We only lost 4 people in Lafayette. All lives matter in that case. As the metrics add up that you cited compared to other communities in our region, whatever it may be, my caution is that I've heard some people say, well, the reason you've done so well in your community is because you are of this ethnicity, or you are of this color, or you're of this, whatever it may be. And maybe it's because we did a good job in our community and it didn't matter. So this is just kind of the thing that I've heard recently and over time since we've been through this pandemic. And again, I just want to recommend that we're cognizant of that in our community, that you guys did a good job because regardless of the demographic, right? And I hope that's the case. And I hope that's the way we can look at this going forward. And I appreciate the time again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Kandel, we don't have any other hands raised on this item.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you, Mayor Anderson. Hope to see you soon. All right, so we will move on to the consent calendar. And do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I move we approve the consent calendar.
Second.
All right, so does anybody want to pull anything from the consent calendar? That would be the question. No. So it's a motion is going to go. So, so before our vote, do we ask the public?
Yeah.
Yes, let's please ask the public. Does the public want to remove anything from the consent calendar?
All right, Mayor Kandel, I don't see any hands raised, but we'll give folks a moment, and those on the telephone, if you do want to comment or remove anything from the consent calendar, use star 9 if you're on a phone, and if not, use raise hand. And with that, no hands are raised.
All right, so we will have a motion in a second, so we'll take a vote. Vice Mayor Geringer?
Aye.
Councilmember Burks?
Aye.
Councilmember Nduri?
Aye.
And Councilmember Dawson?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, and so we are unanimous. We will move on to old business, and we'll probably bring in Rob Gould.
Okay, Rob and Christine are joining us now.
Kendall, I just wanted to announce that this is a special workshop on council goals. You held a workshop on March the 6th where you discussed norms and protocols, and you continued discussions on goals to a regularly scheduled meeting, which is this evening. And Rod and Christine are here to assist you in that discussion.
Mayor Kandel, members of the City Council, it's very good to see you again. I fully enjoyed the tributes to former Mayor Anderson. Very well deserved indeed. As your city managers indicated, Christine Butterfield and I are here with management partners. We had the privilege and pleasure of facilitating your council workshop on Saturday, March 6th. At that time, we engaged in some council team building. You discussed some of the attributes of high-performing city councils. You discussed some of the norms that you'd like to pursue as how you govern in the city of Lafayette. And you also talked about roles and made sure that everyone's clear on the various roles that everyone must play well in order for local government to be effective these days. You heard from your city manager and your city attorney about some things that are top of mind for them. And we were going to have a discussion of council priorities or goals for the next 2 years. But after some discussion, you decided to postpone that discussion until this evening so that the public would be able to observe it and participate more fully. So we are going to pick up where we left off some 2.5 weeks ago and begin that process again. Any questions before I begin, or do you want to hear from the public?
Sure, public comment.
All right, hold on, we're gonna have to stop this here. Okay, give me half a sec. All right, we have Grace Dixon who'll be joining the meeting now.
Thank you, City Council and staff. Please prioritize downtown parks for the next 2 years. 7 years ago, I was a starry-eyed mother of young children who thought putting play elements in a city-owned public park would be easy. It's a no-brainer, I thought. How hard can this be? It's not rocket science. Boy, oh boy, was I naive. I have learned a lot. Creating downtown parks in Lafayette is indeed rocket science. If it were any easier than sending a man to the moon, we would have parks where we need them and where we have planned them in Lafayette 20 years ago. We have had great minds on city staff, city council, and on commissions, yet multiple projects have failed or have slowed to a crawl. Today, Lafayette is in a space race like never before. We are on a mission for community spaces that are walkable from downtown homes and businesses. Finding, acquiring, and building community spaces near downtown Lafayette is akin to sending a man to the moon. More than ever with the housing crisis and new legislation looming. We need to think like successful developers seeking private profit. Our public profit will be a vibrant downtown, more sustainable lifestyles, healthier residents, and a stronger community. This will to achieve downtown parks needs to be a powerful engine, driven first by City Council making it a priority, and then by an eclectic mix of Lafayette's very own rocket scientists gleaned from public, private, and neighborhood groups. Multifamily developments in high-density neighborhoods will absolutely and immediately positively benefit from downtown public spaces. This, in turn, will fill our empty storefronts and add vibrancy to our downtown. That theory is both thoroughly studied and statistically proven. We have our very own case study from Lafayette Sideboard Restaurant, uniquely thriving during the pandemic due to its proximity to Plaza Park. Sustainable park spaces can be green or gray, tiny or large, passive or active, built centers or open air, for kids or dogs, because they are located within walking or biking distance of densely populated areas. It is primarily the location that dictates sustainability. This goal cannot be overstated. Community spaces must be walkable and ADA accessible for the vast majority of downtown residents and visitors. Building parks anywhere else in this global environment is ecologically irresponsible. Investing impact fees near downtown homes and businesses that will bear the brunt of our housing crisis is both appropriate and a wise investment that will pay immediate and long-term dividends into our sales tax fund. Many of our older building sites have long passed their useful lives. Some have large lots behind them with mountain or creek views. Providing people with multiple proximate reasons to leave their cars parked and walk around is the key to a vibrant downtown. Enticing visitors to stay at least 2 hours with an attractive, intriguing, rich variety of all-age services and venues builds community and commerce. A healthy downtown now and far into the future will rely upon plentiful internet-proof options, including public spaces and parks. Amazon and Instacart cannot deliver parks to your porch, even if you are a Prime member or a really generous tipper. Thank you for your consideration.
All right, thank you, Grace. Do we have any
All
other
right, Mayor
speakers?
Candell, we have David Clark joining the meeting now.
Wait, Councilmember Anduri has a question. 1 second,
Oh.
you're muted.
Sorry.
Well, I just thought you might want to let people know, is this going to be the only opportunity for public comment for this workshop, or will there be others? So people can gauge whether they should speak now or wait a little bit.
Thank you, Rob. Rod, is this the only time?
It's fully up to you. I want to make sure that whatever we do is fully consistent with your practices of the city of Lafayette. So we could have one now, we could have one after you've tentatively come up with a list. We could have one after you've deliberated and set on some priorities, however you wish to do it, Mayor.
I would like to do that. That sounds good. If we could ask questions and come up with a list and have one more round, that would be terrific.
All right.
Thank you.
You bet.
All right, Mr. Clark, you're on. Except you're muted, David.
I'm not following that. Okay, I mean, I'm happy to say what I had to say, but I thought the mayor just decided we were going to do it later. But
We'll have another session. You can speak now, though, too. Yes.
oh, all right. Okay, well, I'll go ahead. So as you know, Lafayette's in the process of updating its general plan. The last general plan update occurred over 20 years ago and resulted in part in the drafting of the Downtown Creeks Preservation, Restoration, and Development Plan, the Downtown Creeks Plan. The Downtown Creeks Plan itself was adopted by the City Council on October 24th, 2017, almost 4 years ago. The Downtown Creeks Plan itself contained suggested changes to 5 city documents. 1, the Downtown Design Guidelines, 2, the Trails Master Plan, and 3, sections of 3 separate chapters of the Lafayette Municipal Code, specifically the Tree Protection Ordinance, which is Chapter 6-17, the Flood Damage Prevention Ordinance, which is Chapter 6-18, and the Stormwater Management and Discharge Control Ordinance, which is Chapter 5-4. To date, almost 4 years after adoption and as revised after extensive work by engineering staff, Creeks committee members, and the city attorney, the recommended amendments have not moved forward to the council for adoption. Based on the above, this implementation project should be included in the priorities for 2021 through 2023 for the following reasons. 1, it's important foundational infrastructure-related material that is critical to allow the city to function efficiently, particularly now that development projects are increasing. The city needs current, not outdated guidance and statutes, so the proper policy as determined in the general plan and the Downtown Creeks Plan is in place for future developments. After almost 4 years, it's clear this proposal is not going to move forward on its own. It needs a boost. The cost to implement this project should be minimal. If the city does not have available staff to do it, the language has been drafted and approved, so a consultant should be able to take the lead in updating the code expeditiously. Putting this project on the 2021-23 priority list will send a clear message to the current GPAC that the city is serious about following up on this GPAC's recommendations regarding the current general plan update in the future. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, it's an achievable goal in 2 years. We can look back in 2 years, check it off the list, and all feel good about it. So I analogize this to being fourth. We're fourth and goal on the 2-foot line, and we need to push us over the goal line. So please include this item in the 2021-23 priority list.
Thank you.
All right, no more public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Could I have the PowerPoint again, please? All right. Just to recap some of the discussion that we had as leading up to the priority setting, we recognize that the vast majority of your city resources and staffing are currently dedicated to the provision of daily municipal services to the residents and business people and visitors to Lafayette. And that is a fact that is common against all cities in California, where about 90% of the budget and staffing is very much dedicated to day-to-day services. We think that based on studies that another 5% of capacity is spent on dealing with unanticipated challenges that come your way, whether it's a global pandemic, whether it's civilian protests, whether it's a natural disaster, a fire or an earthquake, whether it's new mandates that have been passed down that require you to act. In any case, there has to be some additional capacity spent on those things that you could not foresee at the time that you set goals. So the point is that when you do set goals, you're doing so on a fairly small portion of your bandwidth as a city. Now, it is true that if you decide you want more bandwidth, you can hire more people, but that means that you need to have the fiscal ability to sustain those positions. And so you need to look carefully before you commit to more than you can actually carry out. Similarly, if you want to create more capacity from your current staff, you could decide to lower service levels and say public safety or quality of life services or planning and building services and the like, or infrastructure maintenance, but that would be a very clear choice. And then you would try to repurpose those positions and those dollars accordingly. But in any case, you're more or less set on a small portion of your capacity. So the cities that seem to get the most out of their goal setting, their priority setting, are very careful to set a limited number of priorities and then work with their staff to accomplish as much as possible under the current staffing levels and current budget constraints. We discussed this, and we discussed a process for you doing so in the city of Lafayette. The process, as I understood our conversations a few weeks ago, starts with tonight, with the 5 of you deciding, amongst all of the many things that the community would like to see and would be meritorious, what are the most pressing areas where you'd like to see more energy, more emphasis placed in the next 2 years. And then to invite the staff to come back to you to tell you, consistent with current budgets and staffing, what can the staff accomplish which is verifiable and objective toward meeting those priorities that you have just set. And then if you agree with the staff's recommendations, they would be built into the work plans and the budget that you are to adopt at the end of June. And the staff would commit to speaking back to you every quarter about progress made against those priorities. And that once a year, you would have a meeting where you would reconsider the priorities and make any course corrections that you saw fit. And you would understand that if you did want to add new priorities mid-year or in the midst of the period, you would need to delay or postpone something that's currently underway in order to keep it consistent with current staff capacity and budgets. Is that a fair summary of where we landed on March 6th?
Sure.
Yes?
I can't see everybody, but I speak up if you have a differing view or are in agreement. Okay, thank you.
I'm hearing any disagreement.
Okay, then we're fine then. Okay, go ahead.
Let us proceed.
Sure.
Given the discussion that morning and the time that has elapsed since, I believe each of you has had a chance to think a little bit about what would be the most highest priorities for you and this council in the next 2 years. So with Christine's assistance here, I'd like to build a list that you will then cull to get down to a level of that represents your best thinking for the next 2 years. So I'd like each of you to give me one, and then we'll keep going around until we've completed the list, priorities that she will then put on a sheet that everyone can observe, and we'll work from there. So
can I have a little clarity first? Sorry, a little clarity. So each one of these doesn't have, maybe doesn't have a 2-year. Are we going to try to separate this out in terms of, really short term versus longer term, and then prioritize those? Or are these only items for the next 2 years?
Mayor Crandall, the idea was to set priorities for the next 2 years, to provide the community and staff some continuity, to allow you to build it into your budgets, and then to carefully monitor your progress against those priorities that you would be setting now for the next 2 years. And I believe that it was Council Member Carl's suggestion that at the end of 1 year that you revisit the whole thing and make sure that those priorities are indeed still the most salient for Lafayette, and either confirm them or modify them at that time.
And what about items that are already in progress? How do we kind of pull those out and go, okay, are we saying that if we don't agree on those, we'll stop them?
No, the items that are currently in progress, I believe, have been reported on by your city manager, who provided you a report some weeks ago on the status of the goals set in 2019. And if they're currently in the work plan, they will show up in your budget, and they will be continuing efforts. Now we're talking about what, on top of the current level of service and the current projects and initiatives, would you like to undertake with the slim level of additional capacity available to you in the next 2 years? Is that clear?
Does anybody else have any questions? All right, Councilmember Dawson.
Hi, I just, with the attachment of the staff report that included all the commissions and committees, where the projects are, to Mayor Candel's point. So those are items that are in the works, basically. So they're just going to keep going. So, and so we're concentrating on these priority setting, in a sense, not necessarily over and above, but in parallel to that for the next 2 years.
Hi, Narup, yeah.
If I can add some clarity to the discussion, you have 21 boards, so to speak, that are meeting on a regular basis, and each one has their own set of goals or tasks to undertake. To be absolutely candid, I think over the years we've been quite ambitious in approving these work plans. And as a result, sometimes I think we're setting us up for disappointment when tasks are not completed. So I would ask that you look at the tasks in the commission's work plans that you see and select those that you believe are important, because at our current staffing levels and at the time we have to complete the tasks, we cannot do everything that's been set forth in that tape.
And so this exercise that you're going through tonight is to right size your priorities with your capacity to limit the frustrations that will occur if they are out of sync. Councilmember Burks.
Yeah, thanks, Rod. And I appreciate you doing this, and I apologize. I think that was mainly my fault for us being here talking about this tonight in front of the public.
No need for apologies.
But you and Christine just do a fantastic job for the city. So thank you so much. Is it feasible to just call it as it is and continue on? And we've adopted and allowed, we've got 21 commissions and committees that have goals. We have, the strategic framework from 2019 that, we're marching ahead on that incorporate really probably everything that each of us are going to say tonight. Is it, or is that, would that signal a weak city council? I mean, I'm trying to be practical here, and when Niroop's got a very good point. You look back over the years and the goals that we've made, and then, you know, the report the following year, you know, we've accomplished 6 of 15 or whatever. And that doesn't look good. That's not a highly functioning, you know, body of whatever. But I mean, is it possible to do what I asked? I mean, to continue on, because I think it's not just run the business. We do that anyway. We run the business. But we also specialize on certain things, whether it's a legislative committee and having, you know, the primary goal of, you know, local land use control, or whether it's, you know, our other commissions on public safety, you know, all the things that we're going to mention tonight. Can't we just say we vote for everything we're doing?
You could do that, but as we discussed on Saturday the 6th, it's essential that all 5 members of the city council participate in setting the direction for your fair city. 2 members of the council were not on the council at the time the 2019 goals were set.
Right.
And their voices need to be heard and
Absolutely.
considered. And after they are heard and considered, if what you all come up with is absolutely parallel and congruent with what you decided in 2019, it would achieve your goal, council member. You would essentially say, let's stay the course and continue to focus on the things that we set back then. But as you also indicated, and as indicated by your city manager, you want as much traction as possible. You want to increase the chances that when the 2 years is up, you can look back and say, we did great work in those areas that we set. We can now set some of that aside and now move into other areas that also need attention in our community. Those are the city councils that seem to be making the greatest progress year over year or period over period, rather than setting a whole lot of goals and just hoping for the best.
Yeah.
Well, I would recommend that you limit your priorities, invite the staff to come back, tell you what is possible with programs and projects and activities to accomplish those priorities. Let you negotiate amongst yourselves, decide what's most important to you, and then lock it in and drive it and hold everyone accountable for it, and make course corrections as necessary, because the world changes almost overnight. That would be my suggestion, sir.
Okay, no, I really appreciate that. You know, just to follow up, and it makes sense. Only thing I'm worried about is bandwidth. I mean, this, we go to, I mean, and I'm apologize because I haven't made all the meetings, especially in the beginning of the year, but we go to 2 or 3 a.m. every meeting. Wow. And these are, and you know, on regularly on scheduled hearings, you know, the public hearings. And I'm just worried about bandwidth around accomplishing one additional goal. But I fully appreciate the biggest thing you said was Councilmember Anduri and Councilmember Dawson were not on the council in 2019. But I'm not just talking about the goals in 2019. I'm talking about all of the committee and commission's goals that are set. Those are the main ones that I'm looking at. But I really appreciate your answer. It was very, very well said.
Thank you, sir. And meeting management is one of those discussion topics that I think you want to return to when you set your norms for the council, because you don't need to go to 2 or 3 in the morning and still hear from the public. How you design your meetings and how you run them will allow you to effectively manage the time. But all right. Anybody else on process before we begin? Council member.
Thanks, Rod. I think can you please make a distinction for us and for the members of the community that are here between goals, objectives, and priorities? Because they seem interchangeable, but they're not necessarily. So if you could help us with that, that'd be great.
Sure. I use goals and priorities synonymously, and they represent high level of policy making that you would expect from the elected leadership of a city council to its staff. And goals can be large, it can be, they are not time sensitive, they can be overarching, they can be very broad. The objectives, though, which is what I've suggested that staff bring back to you for your consideration and adoption, are much more specific, they're verifiable, they're quantifiable, they're objective. You can tell whether or not you accomplished your objectives at the end of the period or not. And you'll be able to get progress reports in interims as you move toward completion. So I would say goals and priorities, use that synonymously. And for our discussion tonight, objectives are the things that wind up in the work plan and are reflected in your budget, where you allocate resources to get things done.
Thank you.
Any other questions about process before we begin to generate a list? All righty. Well, then, could I ask each of you to give me one, and then we'll keep going around until we've gotten everybody's thoughts on what should be the handful of goals or priorities for the next 2 years for the city of Lafayette. Who would be first? Councilmember Anduri.
Okay, I'll volunteer. I would say a goal, priority, and objective for the next 2 years is to plan to build a city-owned office and civic building. Property is available. I think that would be great for revitalizing our downtown. I think if the right property is available, it could provide parking, it could provide a downtown park, it could provide other senior, civic services other than city offices. It could be a senior center, for example. So I would put that on one of my objectives or priorities.
So would you call it more of a city center than a city hall?
Yeah, I said city-owned office and civic building.
A civic building, okay.
I did not use the words city hall.
All right, that's very good. Christine,
All right.
can you capture this and allow us to see the list that you're recording?
All right, so I'll go next. So in just following the norms in our city for as long as I can remember, is that when the mayor takes their position, they come out with their goals and priorities, and I followed in that norm and outlined what I thought were reasonable goals and priorities for this coming year. And instead, as long as, and both Carl and Cam agreed that is how we've been doing this. And so when I put those together, so I'm going to kind of go through them. I was thoughtful because 2020 is we have COVID, right? And so obviously reopening our city has to be number one, first and foremost, because hopefully that's going to happen. And so now that we're going to get possibly a whole big, some money from this relief plan, that will hit our agenda, whether we plan for it or not. And so I'm not going to put that on my plan because it sounds like the things that are in process are already going to happen. And so the other thing that was already in progress that the Transportation Commission was already looking at and doing was examining public safety around our schools, and that has taken flight, and it is starting to actually happen. And so I'm going to have to say that's my first one, because maybe that isn't considered on our list of things we're going to do, but maybe it is separate, but it is already in progress. And the subcommittees have been formed, and they're having, field trips. So that's why it's hard for me to prioritize, because it's already happening. But I will put that first because I think COVID is going to be something we're going to deal with whether we want to or not.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Who would be next? Councilmember Dawson.
I'm going to follow up. I would say for me, in terms of priority, public safety writ large as a goal with priorities in what Mayor Kendall was mentioning, pedestrian and trans circ safety, wildfire prevention. I would kind of put that under safety because that's public safety. And these are like priorities within that. Then utility safety, because it lends itself to wildfire prevention.
All right. Thank you. Excellent. Councilmember Burks, what's one? What would you like to add?
Excuse me. So I just want to make just a point. I want to back up what the mayor said. We've kind of reversed things this year, and it's unfortunate. She laid out some really great goals when she was elected mayor, and I really want to endorse those first and foremost. I'll add one that I think is, falls into, I think, her bucket as well. But I really do think we should put additional focus on what the mayor has laid out, and really give that consideration. Not only because it's been something we've done in the past, we've been successful at it, but they're good goals. So anyways, my one that I'll throw in is to fight for local land use control.
Okay.
And to engage with our advocacy organization, Townsend, our lobbying group, to work with Sacramento and our legislature and to build coalitions just across the state, and to do everything we can to ensure that our city does not lose its character, which it is slowly starting to do with the type of development that is being pulled away from us and taken away by Sacramento.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor Geringer, what would you add to this list?
Well, I started to jump in a little while ago, but I think that our process, the 2019 and then the 2020 with former Mayor Anderson, and then Mayor Kendall's priorities that she had laid out, is a process that has worked for us. I think that one of the elements that didn't happen was getting this conversation in front of us in January, because they were mayor priorities and were not brought to the council to have this discussion back at that time. And so I do appreciate the thoughtfulness that the mayor put into going. The other thing is, if you sort of do look through all those and you look through the staff work plan, and what we're seeing here on our list that we're developing is there are common threads. And so, the traffic congestion and mobility, in addition to safety, all of those pieces of it. But to just throw one in right now, it would be the general plan development, and back to that authentic in community outreach and engagement. And then I will stop there because I do have another one that hasn't been said yet, but we'll circle back around. I'll follow the rules.
I promise you'll get another opportunity. All right.
Oh, I predict we're going to come to a pretty clear understanding based on our work over the last several years and months.
All right. Second round. What would each of you like to add to this current list? Councilmember Dawson.
In adding to the list, because I agree with what Councilmember Geringer said, there's so many common threads, but to be different and expand on this list, I would say climate resiliency and sustainability, with goals towards what we have been working towards, that the environmental task force is even looking into, electrification, new development, just priorities within that follow along with that, and possibly reach codes as we go into new development, making sure that that's kind of one of our goals.
All righty, thank you. Councilmember Geringer, number 2.
Oh, I thought Cam was ahead, but anyway,
Yes.
our equity to inclusion work, and so I'll leave it there. But I think that it's achievable, and engaging the community again around that work and building partnerships would be something that I would like us to maintain.
Very good. Thank you. Councilmember Burks, now I see you.
Thanks. Sorry. No, I was eating my dinner. Sorry. I want to commend Vice Mayor Geringer on her second goal there. It's absolutely, I completely endorse that, and certainly would have mentioned it myself. I'll focus on something that, like, similar to Councilmember Anduri, whose goal was excellent, because it's a measurable thing that we can actually go back to and say, you know, we've either succeeded or we haven't. So my second goal is I'd like to see 2 additional police officers, sworn officers, hired through our contract with the Sheriff's Department. We are one of the towns that I think we're probably the furthest behind in terms of additional sworn police officers, and the crime that we're seeing goes to the public safety writ large. But these 2 police officers and additional resources associated with the officers, such as vehicles and equipment and whatever the chief needs for those 2 police officers, I think would do the city very well.
Thank you. That's a very specific one. You could have said add additional police staffing, but you've been very specific. You want 2 additional officers with everything included. Okay, got it. Thank you.
So it's public safety. I mean, that's now just this huge bucket. And so are we thinking that we want to break that? I mean, so one of my goals this year was to add Firewise, and that it hardens our community. The county has since announced that they're taking that over, which is delightful. And so I don't know if that's a separate topic or if it's included in the public safety wildfire prevention hardening. And because it's already started and it's already going for the council, it's already going through the county. I just want to call that out, that is something that we're pursuing, but via the county. And so I'm not sure how that fits into these categories.
Well, we'll take everything down, and then we'll have an opportunity to make some combinations and move things around so that we capture as much as possible. But thank you for that. And Firewise is the name of a formal program, is it not?
Correct. Yes.
So that we'll capitalize that. Yes, Councilmember Anduri.
Yeah, I'll have a comment on that point when we get back to, come back to it. But I want to disagree a little bit about not putting reopening Lafayette on this list. I think that is going to be such a major part of what we do over the next year, 2 years, that I think it needs to be one of our goals and objectives. So I would put it as reopen Lafayette, create a vibrant downtown, and support local businesses.
Would this be more about recovery than reopening? Recovery from COVID?
I would just, right. Because that is so specific. Do you want to just say reopening? And that it leaves it a little bit broader on how we interpret, because we're going to get the relief money in. Are you talking about how to distribute the relief money, or are you encompassing?
Well, I want to focus on creating a vibrant downtown long term, but certainly we're going to spend a lot of time over the months deciding what we're going to do with that money. And so
correct.
I want vibrant downtown and support the business community on here somehow.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Others, please. Vice Mayor Geringer.
So one of we have almost all of us, or at least 3 of the 5 of us, have said something about traffic and congestion or mobility, and it doesn't really show up. It does in Mayor Candel's, priority around transportation and safety around the schools. But in terms of our hotspots of our congestion and looking at areas and, really looking at that as a kind of quality of life, if you will, sort of issue, it feels like traffic, and it's one of our past ones, addressing traffic congestion and improving mobility. And we have begun to move forward on that. It is measurable, and there are still things that we need to prioritize.
Thank you.
So can I add one that's related to that, but it's kind of similar, is that with this housing element that we are facing and the possibility of a huge amount of growth that we may experience, we actually need to, I would think that we need to re-examine all of our infrastructure and to see, and that includes traffic, right? So examine our infrastructure as a city as compared to the growth targets that we are supposed to meet, and understand what that means to us.
So examine the infrastructure with an eye toward the potential growth in Lafayette. Okay.
Yeah, we're facing right now 20% growth at least.
Councilmember
I don't know what if our city infrastructure can handle it and where.
You're probably going to need to make some big capital investments.
Right.
Yeah. And, and kind of following along that and what Councilmember Andori put forth, like I think creating the vibrant downtown is a great goal, which encapsulates a lot of the objectives I would say would come out of that, making sure that we have the right codes or kind of, development, say impact fee, like, really kind of getting behind how we can support that downtown vibrancy, whether it be through the codes and policy or programs. So I would say those are objectives, but definitely review codes. As to David Clark, a resident who made comments and a commissioner, there's a lot of codes I think that we have been working on and that maybe not have been forwarded and should be in preparation for the development that's happening.
Review and update codes.
Yeah, update codes, make sure ones that are in the works are making it to fruition. I don't know how to word that better, but there's the codes he was talking about. I think there's also objective design standard codes that the subcommittee has been working on. So
okay, so codes and design standards. Okay, great, thank you. What else is missing here on this list that you think might rise to the top 3 or 4 priorities for the next 2 years? Councilman Anduri.
Okay, I'll add develop a downtown park and plan for additional parks. And the reason I put plan for additional parks, following up on what Mayor Candel said, if in fact we're looking at the possibility of 20% growth, and it's possible that most of that will be along the downtown corridor, we need to start thinking now about how we will have additional parks for additional residents. Because I think we've found that it's not something that happens easily. So to think whether we do that through additional impact fees or PTR or some other way, whether there's I'll say downtown assessment district, but I'll immediately withdraw that. I mean, that would be one way to do it, but we just need to think about the housing along the Mount Diablo corridor, how we're going to provide playgrounds for the kids who will be in those developments.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Geringer.
So actually, how we pay for all this, no. So fiscal sustainability, and it's actually following on, I had written down ahead of this and thinking about it, but sort of that overarching, the financial health and sustainability of the city. And both Councilmember Anduri and Councilmember Dawson touched on it on different ways to make sure that we're looking at different revenue sources, whether, you know, I'll leave it there. We can get in the weeds on figuring out what those are, but.
Okay, all right. So fiscal sustainability, what's missing from your list of 15 so far that you think?
We haven't heard from Cam in a while.
Yeah, there you go.
Just.
Hey, thanks, Mayor Kandel. So increase mobility resources for our senior community within Lafayette.
Senior transportation. Okay. Okay. All right.
So I have a quick process question. So when we rate these, is because different commissions, you know, they go into different buckets, you know, and so if none of the traffic ones get you know, bubbled up to the top, I mean, should we be separating these out into the different groups who would be doing them or not? Right. And because you don't want to like starve one, and so there's no work to be done by this whole group of people that are being that are supposed to be doing it, right? And so how does that get teased out of this?
Well, the controlling document will be your city budget. The budget will spell out where you are allocating your resources for activities, programs, and projects. And so if a project appears in the budget, it's funded, you can expect that it will be worked on. If it doesn't appear anywhere in the budget, the chances are that it will not be worked on. So that's the controlling document. This is your direction to the staff about where you'd like to see additional emphasis placed, where above and beyond good to excellent municipal services. And they're going to come back and tell you what's possible. And if you agree, that's what gets built into the budget, and that's what gets done and tracked and monitored. Anything else to add to this list of 16? Councilmember Anduri.
Okay, well, I'm going to add, I'm going to suggest one, but I'm going to look to Narup to tell me if this is something that doesn't need to be on this list because we can be absolutely sure it's being taken care of. And that is with respect to the Terraces project, making it as good and as attractive a project as it can possibly be. And the reason that I think that rises to a high priority is that this project is going to be, and I really hate to put it this way, but it's going to be the face of Lafayette as people go through Lafayette on Highway 24. It's going to set the tone for what the city is. So on the assumption that we've approved this project, that the project is going to be built, I think we need to do everything we can as staff and as council to make sure that this project is an excellent project and reflects well on Lafayette.
Councilmember Anduri, if I might respond, I would not recommend adding it as a goal. You've approved the project with very specific conditions of approval, and also the requirement that the project be subject to design review. And as such, staff is following your direction and implementing those conditions of approval.
Okay, then I'm very happy to see that taken off the list.
All right.
You know, can I say something on that one, Rod?
Sure.
And just on Carl's point and Narup's point, I just want to go back to when we voted for that project. I voted yes for the project, and I asked the rest of the council at the time to commit to making sure that it was the safest, best project in the history of Lafayette, because I was very concerned about the safety, particularly the wildfire danger of where the project is going to be. At the time, the council did agree to commit to that. So I think the terraces is a different type of project in my view. It's one that I believe we should be more involved in, and I actually believe that it's something that we should focus on this year more than the other projects that we've approved, because it is the biggest one and it is the one that the community is most concerned about. And I think the community would want to see that. So I just want to kind of challenge the city manager on that a little bit.
I have a quick process question, because I think we're already at our 5 meeting limit. I don't think we can discuss it anymore. I'm just saying SB 330 doesn't allow us most likely to talk about it anymore, because it might be construed as a hearing, except for design review. That's a big question legally.
May I suggest that we're getting a little off topic here before we delve deep into the terraces project? What I heard was the council member Anduri saying we really need to pay attention to make this the best project possible. I heard the city manager say it's well underway and we have very clear direction from the council to make it the best project possible. I heard Councilmember Burke saying, I'd like to spend more time on it if we can. May I suggest that you discuss this with your city attorney and city manager about where and how the council can continue to influence this project, but it is underway. You've decided it's on a track. Is that acceptable?
It's actually in a lawsuit, so it's not really moving forward yet, but yes.
Right. And if it survives the lawsuit, then yes. All right. But I realize it's probably the most contentious issue in all of Lafayette. So I hear you. All right. Looking at this list of 16, is there anything that's absolutely critical that is missing here that you want to add to your list now before we begin to cull it? All right.
Well,
so Councilmember Dawson has her hand raised.
I can't see her for some reason. There she is.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
I'm just thanks, Mayor Kendall. I'm not sure it's additive. I actually wanted to specify the number 6, climate resiliency and sustainability. I would say specifically, I would like council to consider electrification specifically, because it is something that I don't think necessarily would be something we can pursue that would need financial budgeting right now. It's more looking at codes and changing codes for electrifying buildings and having codes for electrical vehicle, just minimal things, just making sure we're keeping up and staying ahead of what other cities are doing and what the state is going to expect us to do.
Got it.
So
Thank you.
specific.
Okay. Good clarification. Other clarifications, or do you see any of these priorities that really are overlapping and might be combined?
That's what I was going to say. Go ahead, Councilmember Anduri.
just in response to Councilmember Dawson, I understand completely adding that. I'm just a little bit concerned because the Environmental Task Force is in the last stages of considering their priorities and will be bringing them to the council. And at least the last meeting, they had another item ahead of this one in terms of their priority. So I understand the electrification item completely, but I also understand the other. And I think we need to have a discussion with city staff on it as to how many items they can carry forward in 1 year.
Yeah, I think I just wanted to make sure it was part of what we look forward to or consider as a priority, you know, notwithstanding what the task force is as well. Does that make sense? It just, because if they bring it forward or if, and we're like, no, that wasn't on the list.
Oh, well, I was going to put it another way.
Okay.
When we got to the discussion, I was going to say that we take whatever item that the environmental task force puts as its top item, that we pursue that during the next year. Or if we're looking at 2 years and city staff and city manager tells us we can do one a year, then we can put both of the items up there.
Yeah, that's
I'm just
thinking about this. Yeah, I for me that's the part where it's like a little bit need some clarity, because I understand what you're saying. Any task force or commission committee, if they have particular priorities, and to Mayor Candel's earlier point, if it doesn't happen to make our goal list here, our priorities, you know, some of these things are already in works, very close to being fruition. So I imagine they'll come, you know, hopefully be continued.
Yes, and I would guess that if number 6 does not make our list, that we'll still have one of the items, either the ban on gas-powered leaf blowers or the electrification strategy, coming to the council in any event, even if it's not in the top whatever number that we decide.
All right.
Okay, I mean, if that's the understanding of council as to the process, then that makes sense to me. Yes, thanks.
There are a number of items I think rise to the level of being on this list. I don't want to add all of them because there's just too many. But I think, for example, we are involved, and we need to continue to be involved in the effort that I know is countywide, that I think we also need to make it our own, or at least we need to continue to contribute to it. And that is to create means for appropriate mental health response in addition to appropriate police response to mental health situations. So I would like to see that. We have on here, and we'll get into the details, but we have increased mobility resources for seniors. I would say the priority should be developing the age-friendly city 8 domains. You know, all the domains that need to be developed to make Lafayette an age-friendly city. And then overall, just throw this one out there. We're in the general plan process. We'll be in it for the next 5 years. But I think we also need to be aware that we should be thinking about where we want to be 20 years from now, what services we want to be providing to our residents. Rod, you and I discussed the increased interest in additional services that we're seeing from people who are moving Lafayette. We simply, and it'll show up in the discussion we have of these items, we simply don't have the staff and the resources to provide those services. And so I think we need to think either as part of the general plan or parallel with the general plan, what is it that we want Lafayette to be 20 years from now, and how do we finance that if we need additional financing in order to do it? Because we have to start doing that now to have any hope of providing those things. And just as an example here, there's a couple items that didn't make it here that have been very high priorities for people. For example, we don't have open space, preserving and protecting open space on this list. And I can understand that, but that definitely is a long-term goal of many within our city.
Thank you. Great, Carl. All right. We have now 19.
Can I just ask a question, Rod, or Mayor Kendall? Sorry, you're not on the screen.
Sure, of course, yes, yes.
On the open space idea, which I fully endorse, Carl. That is a goal. That's a promulgated goal of Parks and Rec, and I think we cut off about 50% of it last year with the Batwin Hamlin project. So, to me, I look at this list and we're doing all of these things already, pretty much. I mean, it really confounds me when we go to vote here, Rod, on 19 items. We're going to be here till 2 a.m. I mean, I don't know. I mean, if we're, I mean, it's a great list to put in the newspaper because we're doing all of these awesome things and we're trying our hardest with the money that we have. I mean, the only thing that we can do, in my opinion, to get to these things is to reduce our strategy on our general fund savings of 60%, right, Narup? Narup, you there?
I am. It took me a while to unmute myself. Yes. If Mayor, Council Member Burks, it's also, we're doing all this, but we're not doing it efficiently, and we don't really have the resources to do all this. I think that's a message that I'd like to convey. If there was more focused direction to the commissions and boards and to staff, then we could do, as an example, for environmental, for sustainability, we can do one project successfully a year. That could be electrification, or it could be electric leaf blowers. But when there are 3 or 4 competing priorities for the same board or commission, it sets up a challenge.
That's a good that's a good policy dynamic. But from a resource perspective, to get it done, you need capital. So the only way we're going to do that is if we change our strategy and our policy associated with our general fund. Is that not correct?
That's an option. The other option is to reduce the number of special projects you undertake every year.
Right. No. That's from a policy perspective. It's okay.
And I would just suggest, Councilmember Burks, that even if you began to eat into your reserves, that's one-time money. And a lot of things on this list are going to require ongoing funding if you're going to maintain them. So one-time money for one-time things, that kind of.
No, so it wouldn't be, I wasn't suggesting it'd be one-time money. It would be if we reduced our general fund from our emergency fund down to 40%, that money would continue, that additional revenue or sources of income from sales tax or whatever would continue to fund whatever we've chosen.
Maybe, but let's not go too deep there. Let me, Councilmember Amduri, I see you want to speak.
Yeah, and just Councilmember Burks, yeah, we did that in 2012. We reduced our surplus and we used that reduction entirely to fund improvements in roads because we had a crisis situation. So I'm just going to read quickly the other items that I had on here that I see as potential priorities. And if anyone likes one, you can say put that on. Otherwise, it doesn't need to go on. But these are things I think we need to think about. So in the spirit of roads, in a meeting before Councilmember Dawson and I came on, there was a staff report that said we need to find additional $100,000 to continue to maintain the roads the way they should be. So I'd say a priority is to ensure that the roads are maintained at the pavement condition index of 76. Separate item, I wanted to support Councilmember Dawson's idea to expand the CPAC to oversee public utilities in Lafayette. One of the items that was in a prior year was increasing video surveillance capability. I would support that. One item that's been completely left out is making Lafayette a bicycle-friendly city. We've had several proposals, one including the Pleasant Hill Road project. That's not making the list. Additional.
Yeah, I would say 11. Yeah, I agree. I would put that under 11.
Additional.
Yeah.
Oh, you'd count bicycles under there? Okay.
Yeah.
I would.
Me too.
All right.
Me too.
And then parking. Let's see. Oh, the Creek Master Plan projects that were alluded to, not just changing the ordinances, but there are a number of projects in the master plan that would be great. They come under revitalizing the downtown as well. And then I put on my list the Park Trails and Recreation Work Plan for 2021. I would put all projects on the priority from PTR. I think they've got a great list. But then finally, and I will stop adding to this, but the way I started to look at it, recognizing that not everything can go on this list and we're going to be cutting things off, is that perhaps we should say that there's a list of priorities that we need to keep in mind in everything we do. So we adopt the thought that we do everything as a city in a manner that promotes, and the number one, transparency, civic engagement, inclusiveness; 2, sustainability; 3, equity and inclusion; 4, the ongoing financial health of the city. In other words, all these things, Council Member Burks pointed out, these are things we're doing. We're not going to be able to list every single one of these, but when we're looking at any project, when we're carrying anything out, we should be thinking about all of these things and doing it in a transparent manner, doing it in a way that promotes sustainability, equity, inclusion, just so those things are not forgotten as we're carrying out these activities.
And those are often considered values.
Yeah.
It's a separate exercise to come up with a set of values for your city that encapsulates everything that you do. And that's worthy also. May I make a couple of suggestions here at this point, unless there are additional items that you feel are so important that they haven't made this list yet? Not seeing anybody, and I can't see everyone, so please speak up.
Rod, it's me, Gina Dawson. So,
yes.
So I just want to follow up with what Councilmember Ndori said. I do think that that's important. If we look at these goals and priorities through the lens of those values, I think it's important to figure out how we put those values forward. I'm not, that's part of, I gather that's what part of GPAC is doing, but
I would say yes.
Yeah, I want to make sure that that's, when we go through these, that we understand that what's underneath some of these goals and priorities we might be voting on. So I guess the next exercise will be important is grouping these. And just another thing, I want to also follow up and thank you, Councilmember Ndori. I definitely, at number 3, when I'm talking about public safety, my original priority, as I brought forward specifically, is utility safety, which would be, I think the best way to do that would be through the CPAC expansion and to look at that. So I don't know if that's, you'd put that underneath that, or just so council is aware, that's kind of the priority when underneath that goal of utility safety.
So Narup, would that be the same, or would that be counted as a separate or as the same?
Sorry, I'm finding it difficult. My cursor isn't moving as swiftly as I'd like it to.
Sure.
I would ask Christine to add next to utility safety, expanding CPAC. That will give, should you select item 3, that will give me a cue as to what the implementation of that priority is.
Okay, so on that same item, then would you put the Firewise, like 9 and 2 under that same umbrella under number 3?
Yes, and one could do that or break it up and say wildfire prevention would be Firewise. That would be one line item. Utility safety would be CPAC. Pedestrian safety would be Safe Track and pedestrian safety around schools.
Right. So say, like when you say expanding CPAC, why don't we add those other things to pedestrian and wildfire?
We could do it,
maybe.
Yeah, but just to understand, public safety is the broad priority or goal, and
that'll reduce our
direction would be
numbers.
3 of them. And if that were the case, Mayor Kandel, may I suggest then 2 would be folded into 3.
Correct. And then also 9.
Yes.
Right.
And while you're at it, you could also fold in 8. The general.
It's a little different. It's a little different.
Okay. Councilmember Nduri, I'm going to take over after your comment. Go ahead.
Roderick.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I was just going to say, I think the topics have to be specific. I see number 3 is just way too broad. And I don't know what point you want us to talk about either combining or breaking things up, whether you want to discuss this item or you want to wait. I'll defer to you.
All right. Thank you, sir. You all are very smart, savvy process people. So we've been testing the process at every juncture here. Let me stipulate a couple things and see if you agree. First of all, while you have the prerogative, you could simply end now. You could simply adopt these 19 priorities and be done. However, what's the downside if you do so? Downside is you'll get very little of this done. You don't have the capacity. You heard your city manager say, if we have to provide day-to-day services and deal with COVID and other things that are coming with us, we can't do all of these things and meet your expectations, council. And that's very frustrating for us. That's very frustrating for your committees and commissions. That's very frustrating for the community you serve. So the hard work of being elected leaders is taking a list which is all meritorious. There isn't anything on this list that would be considered fluff or luxury. All of this is very important stuff, but now beginning to shrink the list to those areas where the current level of activity is insufficient. You want to do more, and you are determined to do more. Now, somebody said, we're doing all of these things already. I think that was Councilmember Burks. And if you're happy with the current level of activity or progress in the area, that's great. Leave it alone. But when you set your priorities or goals for the next 2 years, you're saying above and beyond our current level of activity and service, here's where we need to make our mark. Here's where we need to put the additional resources and time and effort, staff. And this is what we're going to hold you accountable to do. That's what this statement, this process is about, getting to that level of specificity. Councilmember Nduri.
I think we're saying more than that, because I think City Manager Svatsa is going to come back to us and say, well, if you want more here, you're going to have to take it away here. So I think we need to be prepared for that between now and the next meeting.
Well, what I'm suggesting to you again is that once you set these high-level priorities, that you ask the council to come, or excuse me, the staff to come back to you in a reasonable period of time to say what specifically the staff can do, given their current budget situation for the next 2 years, given the current staffing levels for the next 2 years, given current levels of activities, levels of services, et cetera, what's doable in the next 2 years to advance the priorities that you may set this evening. That's the process. And when you agree, they build that into the budget and they make that part of their work plans, and they report back to you quarterly on how they're doing. And you can make course corrections as you go. That's the process that we find is most effective in cities in California and across the nation. righty. What I'm going to suggest, council, if you'll just go with me for this, trust the process for a little bit, is I'm going to ask you to, after hearing from the public, give us the top 3 on this list of 19, the top 3 things that you think are most important. And then we're going to see where the votes land, and then you'll get a chance to combine and negotiate to see if we can include this under that and see where you want to land, hopefully with less than 5 priorities for the next 2 years. Is that acceptable? Councilmember Dawson.
May I ask a question about that process? Is that sequence, getting public comment and then doing the mix and matching, is that, do you think, the most productive, or would it be good for us to consider bucketing these things now? Because I do see a lot of overlap here, and maybe not a real clarity. For instance, I could see protect and preserve open space. Some of these things would be under local land use control, like, preserving that. Because some of these things, to points earlier, are part and parcel to our existing general plan and the policies we have in place.
Yeah. There are 2 ways to do it, Councilmember Dawson. One would be to take the time now and try to limit the list and combine priorities here to accomplish the most, and then vote, or to do a straw vote, because you're not committing to anything here, to begin to get a sense of where the most interest lies, and then to do the combination and editing to get to what you really want to land on. Either way is fine. I'm suggesting the second.
Okay. I just, I guess I'm wary of the straw vote eliminating things from even that mixing, kind of coordinating the bucket, so to speak.
So nothing is lost if somebody says, I see that item 26 didn't make the list, but I think it falls neatly under item 4 that got a lot of council support. Would my colleagues agree to move it up there? That's how you would accomplish that.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Anduri.
I'm definitely willing to be overruled, but I would vote for spending 15 minutes to edit now and sharpen the list a little bit. And I'll say in advance that I'm a little bit wary of moving things under other items, because I think that blunts the whole purpose of coming up with priorities.
And that's a good caution, sir, and I'm glad that you made it. Councilmember Anduri has suggested that we edit, mix, and match now before we even get a sense of the council. Do the rest of you agree with that? Or would you like to get a straw vote and then begin to see where things lie?
Or do we just go straight to public comment, right? That was the other option. Which one are you proposing?
I'm suggesting that if you wish, Mayor, this is strictly up to you, take some public comment now, then we do the straw vote, and then we mix and match and edit until we get to the 3 or 4 that you think are representative of the greatest council's interest for the next 2 years. That's what I'm suggesting.
Okay.
Councilmember Geringer.
The public comment piece, I thought that was the direction we were going. I see that Councilmember Anduri is maybe had some concerns.
Well, no different than before. Again, I'm willing to be overruled, but I just think a few minutes spent sharpening this will make it easier for the public to comment. So a better sense of what's up here. I mean, I'll just give as an example. I'm sorry, I'm just going to jump in.
No, that's okay.
Public safety, I think, is way too broad. I mean, really, what do we want to do with public safety? I mean, I would say the one item that we really need to focus on now is wildfire prevention, mitigation, anything having to do with wildfire. And we, over the next year, we should do whatever.
So what you're doing is deliberating. And that's what I'm thinking is like, this kind of seems like that it should go after. And I kind of agree with Rod in terms of, usually we ask questions, we listen to public comment, and then we deliberate, right? And so to me, that seems like the normal for us is to do public comment and then we'll deliberate. and that will all come out. That did seem like the right approach to me.
Yeah, well, I guess then the one point I'll make is before we express any preferences, can we deliberate? Because I don't know how to express any opinion with respect to number 3. It's just way too broad right now.
So what I hear is, so when we get done with public comment, this moving things before we take a straw vote, is that what I'm hearing, Councilmember Andori?
I think that would help the process, yes.
And so to the point, we did start moving things around before some of the other council members were able to do that. And I don't necessarily, I could say now that there's some I would maybe have that got moved into number 3, I would move somewhere else. So I think after public comment, before we do a straw vote, I would like to have some of that deliberation and discussion that Councilmember Anduri was talking about. In terms
Because
of
let's take away
buckets.
the utility safety as well and expanding GPAC. So CPAC. So let's leave it like it was, right? And leave it clean like that, like it was.
Yeah, and I just think some of it was getting into how we do it and what's in there. Yeah.
Yes.
So happy. Yeah. Thank you.
Can I just make one comment, Rod or Mary
Please.
Kendall? The reason we're here tonight doing this, and the reason I advocated us to stop our workshop and to come and do this in open session was to get public comment as much as we could. So, if we, and Carl, I understand what you're saying, but if we remove things from this list,
Let's get public comment.
Oh, no. I just want to give my reasoning because you have a good point. I just want to give a counterpoint is if we remove content that the public may really want, they're going to be disadvantaged. So, as much public comment as we can get, it was my goal when I made that stink a couple of weeks ago, but that's just
Cam, I was not going to remove anything. Just want to make that clear.
Okay.
So I'm going to suggest 2 more opportunities for public comment. One now, where you stand now, and then after you've had a chance to debate the list, edit the list, cull the list with a first level of voting before you make any final decisions, another round of public comment. Is that okay? Will that meet the needs? Okay, great. Well then, may we have public comment on the very rough draft of priorities that have been established so far?
All right, so we have one hand raised. While we're waiting for other folks to raise their hands, I will remind them to use *9 if you're on a telephone. And if you're not, just use the raise hand function. With that said, Craig D is joining us now. Can't quite see him with I don't know if he's there or not.
If we could take the screen down too, because we may not see him. Thank you.
There we go. All right, Craig D, you are in the meeting, so go ahead and start.
Yep. I think I'm here. Am I?
Yes, you are.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I so much appreciate the work you guys are doing, and the MAC. It's amazing the priorities that you guys have set forth. They're so thoughtful. But I just want to say you guys need to boil this down, and I think you know that. And I'm almost thinking about, the spreadsheets are great, but maybe we need to build like a pyramid about hierarchical needs, almost like Maslow's. We've come through some times in our lives where our infrastructures, our very ability, you guys have called it out, just to be able to move around and function as a city, have to be called into question here. So I would suggest that number 8 on the list is the tip of the pyramid. And if we don't have safety and infrastructure ready for the next pandemic, I wonder what we're really doing here. And I appreciate how Rod is trying to boil this down, and you guys are considering everything. And the other thing I'm wondering about is the impending requirements we have with the density requirements in this city. So even as we think about how nice it would be to have a city council building that we own, and how nice it would be to have these parks, which we all would love to have, what are the hierarchical needs of this city as we look forward? I think these are 2-year goals, if I'm not mistaken. If they're 2-year goals that you're discussing tonight, as Rod said, what can we bite off and chew, right? There's a lot of talk about walking and chewing gum and all that, but pretty soon we're going to have to walk. And what we've lived through this past year, I'll say, should be at the tip of that hierarchical need for this community. And I just appreciate the work you're doing. And I think some of the priorities on this list should be obvious, and I think they are, but you're trying to dovetail them into maybe real priorities that we can all point to and say, this is the safest, best place in spite of all the challenges we have as a community. I thank you for the time.
Thank you.
All right, Mayor Kandel, there's no more public comment.
All right. Then consistent with Councilmember Anduri's request, could we put the list back up, please? What clarifications, edits would you like to make to this list before you even take a straw vote? What should be clarified here? Councilmember Dawson.
You're muted.
All right, okay. I'm wondering if under public safety, we should take wildfire prevention as a separate item, because it is a big part of that. And frankly, utility safety is, because it's has to do with energy, our energy company, our utility operator, and making sure that we are aware of everything for wildfire prevention in terms of electrical system and the gas system. It's part of it, yeah.
Okay, so are you combining wildfire prevention with utility safety, Councilmember Dawson, or are they?
Yeah, because that's actually a big driver. If we had a fire in Lafayette because the utility pole fell down, and we need to understand that. So that's part of wildfire prevention.
Okay, so excuse me, because I'm going to try to drive this a little bit more. How many of you would be comfortable taking wildfire prevention and utility safety out of number 3 and having it stand alone for clarity? How many would just raise your hand and say, that works for me? I see 1, 2.
Okay, sure.
3. I can't see Carl for some reason. Councilmember Anduri, how do you feel about this? I can't see.
I'm a yes. I'm a definite yes.
Okay, so a great majority says make that change that Councilmember Dawson has just suggested. Okay, all right. What other clarifications, edits, corrections would you like to make to this current list? Councilmember Geringer.
So what I'm reading on item number 3, and maybe I'm in the weeds, it seems to have taken away what Councilmember Dawson said and left pedestrian safety in parentheses. And I would, when I was looking at these and combining them, so I wouldn't type yet, I'm just trying to clarify for myself, but examine public safety near schools, number
2.
So number 2, number 11, I would even say the mobility resources for seniors, the 16 are all within, if we went back to 2019 and the work that Mayor Kandel and the TransCirc and all the stakeholders in the community did around strategic objective. Cam may know them all by heart.
Christine, hang on a second. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just, okay. All of that, and I'm just, for the sake of this, those things are all part of that sort of to me, transportation, mobility, congestion, safety related to those things. And Mayor Kendall, I think I'm specifically probably communicating with you on your priority that you put forward in December. Most of the work that's being done is being done through TransCirc and the Safe Trek and all of those pieces. And so I guess the public safety, pedestrian safety seems more a specific sort of transportation and mobility. And maybe I'm kind of, missing it.
Question, Vice Mayor. Are you suggesting combining public safety and mobility into one mega priority?
No, I'm saying that the way that it's reading right now, I agree with the wildfire, Firewise, utilities and how all of that relates to our, the hardening and making sure that we're protecting that. We're dealing with that. I think those are under public safety. And what I was trying to say was the pedestrian safety and the safe routes around schools and circulation are a different subset of safety and more related to transportation. And I think if you're looking at buckets of who staff-wise is going to handle those, that they fall under more transportation and circulation than public safety.
If I understand you correctly, you're suggesting taking 2 and 3 and putting them under 11, saying that improving mobility and congestion relief should include safety at schools and pedestrian safety. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How do the rest of you feel about that suggestion to combine 2 and 3 into 11? How many of you put your hands up and think that makes good sense? You think that improves the clarity here? I'm not seeing.
Totally fair, but
okay.
I'll see how it shakes out staff-wise.
I can't see Councilmember Burke. Councilmember Anduri, are you putting your hand up to speak, or are you agreeing?
To speak.
Please, then please do so.
I want to strongly support Mayor Kendall's number 2. I think it has the beauty of being specific and doable. And I think that's just a great goal, priority, and objective for the next 2 years. So I come at it from a different perspective. I say public safety, we all want public safety, but we need to look at specifically what is it we're going to look at within the bucket of public safety. And I'm going to try to get us away from creating buckets. I would take number 3 out. I strongly support number 2. I strongly support looking at wildfire prevention. I would combine 9 with 20, look at fire in conjunction with wildfire.
Right.
And then I would, let's see, where is Councilmember Burke's add 2 sworn officers? Now, just number 8, we can't, I would leave that as a separate item too, because that is a big decision. I'm just going from past experience and the cost. That's not something that today, I don't think we wouldn't put it on as add 2 sworn officers. We put investigate or consider adding 2 sworn officers if we were going to have that as a goal. It'd be something we would look at. I don't think we
Carl,
commit now to add it.
Carl, could I just add to what you're saying?
Yeah.
My reason for saying 2 sworn officers is that will enable a bunch of the other stuff here. Having additional patrol officers in vehicles will help us with wildfire safety. It'll help us with public safety at our schools. By the way, the police department has continues, as you guys all know, to do phenomenal work with all of our schools. So are we going to ask them to do more? Are we not satisfied with what they're doing now? I mean, they've done more active shooter drills at our schools and mutual aid drills at our schools than any other city in our county. So I don't understand how that could be. But what I'm saying is that the sworn officers was to enable a bunch of other stuff, and it's a specific measurable goal, and it could be considered tactical, Rod. I know where you're coming from when you said, but it's strategic from the perspective of, and I should have said this earlier, I was eating, is it enables a bunch of other things that we need when we talk about public safety.
Okay, so
I must have been misunderstood, because I'm not, by no means was arguing against that
No, I know you aren't. Yeah.
priority. I'm saying that's the kind of priority that we want, something specific to consider.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that I don't think we can decide as part of this process that either at this meeting or the next meeting we're going to have, going to do that.
Okay, so how the process that I've recommended handles this, Councilmember Andori, is that if the intended outcome is enhanced police patrol, that's a council priority. And then the staff comes back and says, and we could hire 2 new officers to accomplish that. And if we do, we are going to be able to provide X number of additional patrol hours. We're going to have response time shrink by Y, and they're going to give you something you can measure. And if that's what you want, you say yes, and then you drive toward it. That's how that is handled. So of your suggestions, Councilmember Dory, I heard add number 9, Firewise, the program, to number 20, involving wildfire prevention and utility safety. How many of you think that's a good combination? 1, 2, 3.
Can I
4.
Can I make a suggestion, and not to lump things together, but to add to number 9 what you just said in terms of suggesting additional police resources.
Number 9, the fire safe program.
Yeah, I mean, our police officers are gonna be first on the scene and helping with evacuation for fires all the time. They're gonna be first on the scene usually.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's got. I would say, I mean, like I said, it's there to enable every element of public safety that's on this list.
Okay. Well,
I mean,
yeah.
All right.
May I suggest that if you stick with outcomes, let the staff come back and tell you what's
That's what I
most
want.
practical, feasible way to achieve your outcomes. It might be that you're absolutely right, and the best thing you could possibly do is to add 2 new cops. But it may be that staff comes back and tells you that's not the best way to get you to the.
That's exactly what I want. That's
Okay.
exactly what I want.
All right, thank you. So what I heard, Chris, did I see that the majority of you think that adding the Firewise program to 20 makes sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, great. Other edits, clarifications before we do the straw poll? All right. Well, then we have 20 priorities, and I'm hoping that you all agree with me that 20 priorities is probably too many and not going to get you where you want to go. So may I ask you to consider for a moment and think amongst individually, and then be prepared to give us your top 3. And we'll go through and have you each tell us where to put the check marks and tell us where you want your top 3. And then I always get the question, can I vote more than once for one of these priorities? And in this case, I'm going to say no. You're going to distribute your 3 votes amongst the 20.
Rod, may
Yes.
I interject here?
Please.
I believe you can delete number 3 because it's Mayor Kendall had identified 2 as the public safety issue, if I'm not mistaken. I'm just throwing that out for the city council.
Is that correct, Mayor Kendall?
Gina provided number 3, right? And
Yeah.
so,
You know, I want to clarify that. I provide number 3 as that overall writ
Right.
large, and that's why I had those different priorities there. So this makes more sense as they've been consolidated. So the pedestrian safety definitely is aligned with number 2. It's part of that. So yes, I could see just removing that.
Okay. Are the rest of you comfortable with that edit?
Yes.
All right.
or is it the other way around?
Oh,
Two three encompasses two. I don't know.
I know,
Either
that's
way.
the problem. Carl, did you have something to say?
I'll vote for number 2. Again, it's a beautiful objective for the year.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to combine pedestrian safety and safety around schools. So that is one priority, and it's clear and everybody understands what you're talking about. Okay, good. All right. Now, so we're down to 19. Any other deletions? All right. Take a moment, please. Determine what your top 3 are, and then we'll report out.
Can we vote on the same one 3 times?
I'm going to suggest that you not do that, Councilmember Burks.
She's trying to be humorous.
You're very savvy.
Part of our values as a city council.
Right.
Yes, humor.
You could use it.
But speaking of values.
Uh-oh.
Well, back to, and I'll try to be really brief, but back to Councilmember Anduri's, and I had written down some of these ahead of looking at this and threw them out here as goals. But if we're similar to the general plan work, looking at many of these things through the lens of equity, inclusion, transparency, fiscal sustainability, environmental sustainability, and I'm not going to say public safety because we've already worked that one. Do some of these, never mind, I'll just do the 3 but some of those values, I think for me, are values that will impact all of these, and they will likely fall off even of my voting because of the size of this list. So I will play with the process, Rod, I'm sorry.
Well, if you recall from our workshop, you had a couple of to-do items. One was to come up with a list of norms or guidelines. That's a separate issue. And I do suggest, because you're all interested in it, at some point, you sit down and try to determine what are the values that are transcendent in Lafayette, that are timeless, and articulate them. I think it would be a good exercise. Okay, so is everybody ready? All right. Then I'm going to start with the mayor. Mayor, give us your top 3, please.
2, 8, and 9.
All right, thank you. Vice Mayor Geringer.
2, 8, and where did it go? It got moved around. And 10.
10. All right, thank you. Councilmember Anduri.
1, 8, and 9.
1, 8, and 9.
Yeah.
Councilmember Dawson.
8, 9, and 10.
8, 9, 10, all grouped.
Yeah. Straight.
Yeah. And Councilmember Burks.
3, 2.
2.
Yeah, sorry. 2, 3. I'll go in order. Where was? I want to look at. And 8.
8. All right. So just glancing at this, and this is not binding, this is just to get a sense of which of these priorities enjoy the largest amount of council support. Clearly, wildfire prevention, utility safety, including the FireWise program, seems to be of the highest interest to the 5 of you. In fact, every one of you had it on your list. That's followed by public safety as determined by pedestrian safety and school safety, as well as creating a vibrant downtown and supporting the business community as you come out of COVID. Those two received a majority of the council's interest. And then coming in fourth is reducing traffic congestion and improving overall mobility. How do you feel about these four as you look at them and against the others? What would be your reaction if this became the priorities that you directed the staff to come back with measurable objectives to achieve? Comments? Kim, Councilmember Burks.
Yeah, I would be completely fine with it, and I would vote for it. And I would be happy to make a motion to vote for it.
All right, well, let's see where your colleagues are first. Thank you. Others, Councilmember Dawson, what do you think?
I would be happy with this. I have to say though, it is like hard, right? Because these are all important priorities to all of us. But understanding the job at hand to use staff and resources as best we can for these next 2 years with, I would say, a continual improvement, kind of check-in thing. I don't know. Obviously, a year's a good mark, but I think we need to keep track of this and be very aware of what's going to pop up with these other priorities that may be very salient at different times during the next year.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Other reactions to these four?
I like them. I'm ready.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Trying to be consistent with the Lafayette. Oh, Councilmember Anduri.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly where this leaves us though, because we've obviously got a number of items on there that are incredibly important, including the 2 sworn police officers or additional patrol, including local land use control, including city-owned offices, which I'd argue are more than a nice to have. There's just a lot of items up there that I assume we'll be continuing to work on.
Yes. To the extent that you're already working on these things, you can assume that you'll continue to work on them at the same velocity and level. You're not losing them. What these four are saying is, to the extent that you have additional resources, one time or ongoing, you want staff to figure out how you can make the greatest progress in these 4 areas. That would be your policy statement. Councilmember Geringer.
No, I was just going to say you said it well, that some of these will continue, and the other piece is that some of them will be implementation items within like Councilmember Burks pointed out on the officers. I mean, some of them are action items or implementation.
Sure. When you deliberate the budget, you could suggest adding officers there. That could be where that happens. But again, you've got a fixed pie. And just because the needs are greater doesn't grow the pie. Councilmember Burks.
Yeah, I'd just like to say, I've only been on the city council for 5 years or 4 years. I don't know what it is. 5 years, I think. This is the best list and the best thought process that I've seen, and led by Susan, our mayor. So I think we've got, in my opinion, an awesome set of 3 targeted goals, but we've also got a list of just incredible things, like our one member of the public said, that we're definitely going to go after. Mm-hmm. And we know the staff's going to go after, and the city manager is going to go after, and we're not going to lose any of them. So I wanted to mention that when I said that I would vote for it before, but I haven't seen this type of engagement and outcome in my 5 years on the council. It's really makes me proud.
Thank you, sir. Carl, Councilmember Anduri.
So my only comment on the congestion and mobility item, while I fully think that's a priority, I have no idea, based on the words that are there, what we're going to do. I know that the city approved the downtown congestion mitigation plan, but no money has been allocated to implement that. So this may mean that we'll find money to implement it. And then, of course, that was downtown. But all I'm saying is that I guess before a final vote, I'd like to know a little bit more about what we might be doing in that area.
And I'm going to beg your patience, Councilmember Nduri. And again, if you give the staff this direction, that you want to reduce congestion, improve mobility, let the staff come back and tell you under that broad rubric, what could they do? And that's when you'll get that specificity that you crave.
Yeah, and I can hardly wait to see what comes back.
Councilmember Dawson.
You know, it's interesting because I think the traffic congestion and mobility actually fits really well with the pedestrian safety around schools, because obviously one of our biggest, you know, downtown near Lafayette School, and then obviously Deer Hill. So those kind of fit together really well. I think there's some good synergy there. The one thing I do hope is made clear is to our commissions and task forces and committees is that their priorities matter, so that they're still, you know, I want to not think that this kind of displaces what they're going to bring forward to us, that they are willing and wanting to work on. So I hope that messaging can come across to them clearly.
That's
that makes sense,
messaging. Yes. Your
Yeah.
commissions and committees are incubators, they're think tanks. They're developing these ideas to a point where you as the council can then decide whether or not they're so important you allocate resources to them and away from something else because they're that darn important. That's their role. Okay. Question, Mayor. At this point, do you want to take public comment, or do you want to vote and then receive public comment?
Let's kind of decide, do we think we need more public comment at this point? Let me find out what the appetite is here for more public comment.
Councilmember Nduri is nodding.
What's that?
Councilmember Burke says yes.
Okay. Okay.
So
sounds great. Let's do it.
Then Jeff, could you solicit public comment on the 4 items that have been suggested?
You bet. And there's one hand raised, and it's our friend Craig D, who's joining the meeting right now.
Welcome back, Craig.
Thanks again, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Thanks again for the deliberation. It's amazing to watch what you guys are doing. So thanks again. I won't take up much time. I just want to say that I don't think you can do numbers 2, 8, 9, and 10 without number 7. Okay? And Councilmember Burks, with all due respect, you are the one who submitted number 8, which became number 7, which was adding 2 sworn police officers. And for you not to make that your priority, I thought was, you know, you made your priorities 3, 2, and 8, which are all wonderful. And again, I'm not being critical, I'm just observing. And I just say you can't do your consensus without number 7. And the point was made that when push comes to shove, we, I think, are going to need our police to respond first. Again, our infrastructure, protecting the hierarchy of safety and what we expect in this community is what I would implore you all to please emphasize. Thank you so much again.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments, Jeff? Oh, Councilmember Burks wants to.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a comment to the speaker, to Craig. Thank you very much for your comments. Yeah, let me explain why I voted the way I did. It's real simple. I want to reach consensus with my colleagues, and I went last. So and I had the fortune of going last, which is a fortune in this type of exercise. And I want to be for something like this. I believe that it's extremely important that we're together on it. And I do think that we are going to go after more police officers. I'm the first guy in this town that wants them, and a lot of people know that. But I just wanted to tell you that's sort of my approach to being an elected city council member, is to work with my colleagues and on strategic goals for the city. We've got to be 5. So thanks.
All right.
All right, coming up next is Grace Dixon.
Hey, good evening. I appreciate and respect all of the deliberation, and I have a great respect for your ability to go from goals in the teens to 5. And I completely understand why you chose what you chose. So thank you. Great job.
Thanks.
All right. Mayor, if it's all right with you, is it time to call for a motion?
No more public comment.
We
making
have
sure.
more public comment.
Okay.
Now I've got a technical question for our city attorney. We have Craig D, who'd like to join us again during this round, but
no,
I believe that's possible.
I'm sorry.
All right,
I'm sorry,
next
Craig.
is David Clark.
You're muted.
Quick on the trigger there. I'll echo Grace's comments and say I appreciate the process and I understand how you got where you are. But as a corollary, I think Councilmember Anduri, maybe Councilmember Brooks said that. Does that mean that projects that are ongoing will continue to be ongoing? And the answer was yes. So that as a corollary, that means that projects that aren't ongoing, like the one that I brought up that's been dormant for 4 years, is not going to get ongoing. So I have to confess, I'm kind of at my wit's end as to how to get that moving forward. I just toss that out. I have no clue. So I'll just pass that on. I mean, that seems like a logical consequence of the process this evening and the history of the project that I brought up. So I understand that conclusion, but I'm pointing it out. Thank you.
You're welcome.
May I address Mr. Clark?
Yes.
David, I that was the question that I asked earlier, really in deference to you bringing that up before, because that is work that your commission has been working on. I would suggest that, if it comes back up to council, which we just discussed, that those projects, if there's things that you think are a priority, to please bring them to us.
Can I know we're taking a lot of time on this, but can I just, I'm the liaison to Creeks. I think I still am. And I was when we voted on the master plan, which is an excellent plan. And, I just want to say to Mr. Clark and to everybody on Creeks, this council is going to go after grant money, any money we can scrape up to find to get those projects moving. There's so many competing interests around here, but and you got to understand, we view your master project and all the elements of it as extremely, a priority. So I understand what you're saying, David, and I feel bad about it, but it's trust me, we're going to try to get there. Thanks.
Other public comments?
No more public comment at this time.
Mayor, would you entertain a motion at this point?
I would, please.
I would motion to approve do you want to put the screen back up? Or?
Yeah, let's go look at that again, please, Christine.
So I would make a motion to identify for City Council priorities for 2021 on this list that's on the screen. Number 2, number 8, number 9, number 10. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? No. Okay. Vice Mayor Geringer.
Aye.
Councilmember Burks.
Aye.
Councilmember Nduri.
Aye.
And Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
And I'm an aye, so we are unanimous. Thank you very much.
That's outstanding. That's
All right.
outstanding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If we get back to the PowerPoint real quickly and we'll finish this up so you can get on to the rest of your meeting. So you did the hard work. You did the work that the voters voted for you to do, to make decisions amongst many competing and worthy goals and priorities. As we've talked about, what the staff would then now do is work within themselves, their departments, and with the city manager to return to you at a meeting soon to be set with those projects, programs, and activities that would advance these 4 priorities that you set this evening, with timeframes consistent with 2 years and current levels of staffing and budget resources. And further, you would have the opportunity to adjust the work plan at the end of the fiscal year from now, if you wished, but the expectation is that you would exercise discipline. If you wanted to add to these priorities, you would talk about what would be delayed or postponed. And the staff would report to you quarterly on their progress against these priorities that you set, and they'd build them into the budgets and they would drive to them. And it would be included as, but not the only thing that would be considered when you do the annual performance evaluation for your city manager. That's the process. Are you comfortable with that?
Yes.
I asked the city manager to speak.
I'm sorry.
Is this what you could commit to? Are you comfortable?
Yes, I am comfortable. Thank you for asking, Rod.
These become marching orders to your staff. All righty. Then next slide, please. We thank you. Kudos to Christine for manipulating the PowerPoint, keeping your list together and getting all the edits. And kudos to all of you for doing this hard work. And the fact that you came to it unanimously speaks to the quality of this council. Councilmember Burke said, yeah, I didn't get my first priority, but I was with my colleagues. That was important to me. That speaks highly of your norms, your values as a leadership group in Lafayette. So thank you very much for this opportunity to finish our workshop. We look forward to seeing what actual objectives you set and what you're able to achieve in the next 2 years. And we wish you well in the rest of the council meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a
You
great
can join
evening.
us if you want.
It's past my bedtime
Appreciate
there.
it.
I don't have the stamina anymore.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rod.
Thank you very much.
you.
And Christine, thank you.
you.
All right. Do you want a break before the next? I'm seeing a couple of nods. Okay, can we take? It's 9:57, so 10:05, or do you want to do it 5 minutes? 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes from now. So it's 10:02. No, not 10:03. It's 9:58. 10:03. Thank you.
Right, I think you have everyone in, Mayor Kendall.
Not, except for Cam.
Oh, except for Cam. Greg is there as well. There's
There's
Cam.
Cam. Sounds great. So we will move on to item 11A.
Gene, we're not
Gene?
hearing you.
There
Good
she goes.
evening, Mayor Kendall. This is
Thank you.
Jean Iceberg. I'm the contract planner for this item, which is 950 Huff. This is continued from January 25th. I'm just going to give a brief presentation, just reviewing the overview of the project and then just focusing on the items related to the motion from January 25th. So just a reminder about where we're located. This is the long skinny parcel here, which fronts Huff Avenue on the west and a creek on the east. It currently contains a 3,000 square foot commercial building on a 20,000 square foot lot with a surface parking lot in the retail business district. The proposed project is to demolish that commercial building, remove 6 protected trees. It includes a major subdivision, and the proposal is to build 20 for sale units, including 3 below market rate units. There are 25 vehicle parking spaces, 18 bicycle parking spaces, and new, what you're seeing tonight is the creek setback exception. As you may recall, that was previously part of a separate action that the City Council reviewed, and now it's being all encompassed into this one action tonight. Highlighting a few changes since you last saw the project, as you may recall, the applicant talked about having added 3 western redbud trees to the front of the property. So you see that in the plan revisions. And again, the creek setback exception. So this is allowing for construction of the rear deck, and the municipal code allows for exceptions when the applicant can demonstrate that, and as you can see here, based on the geotechnical documentation, observations that staff have made in the field, and the public benefit of the creekside viewing area, engineering staff is recommending granting this exception. And so included in your packet is a creek setback agreement that's required as part of an exception. Related to that, the applicant has proposed to voluntarily provide public access, and this is in the form of a springing trail easement. So that's another exhibit in your packet. And so this easement would go into effect if public access is achieved from an adjacent property, providing access to a public right-of-way. Once the easement is effective, the city would be responsible to making any modifications to the deck because the trail would actually go through that deck. The city would be responsible for constructing and maintaining the trail. And the exhibit shows the easement area, which extends from the northern property line to the southern property line through that deck area on the western side of the creek. The agreement is voided after 50 years if the easement has not gone into effect. So in the case if public access has not been achieved from an adjacent property. One comment from the council the last time were that there were a lot of waivers on this project related to state density bonus law. As the staff report indicates, we've actually removed 4 of those waivers, including the creek setback waiver. And so this is just a summary of the waivers and concession. The one concession on the project is in terms of the unit mix of below market rate units. This is the 5th review on the project, the 5th meeting on the project rather. So this is the last meeting permitted under SB 330. We received 2 written comment letters following publication of the staff report related to specific language regarding the creek setback exception and the springing trail easement. So staff's recommendation is to adopt the resolution approving the application, subject to the conditions in the packet. I wanted to identify a few changes that staff are recommending. First, with respect to the creek trail easement, clarification of the 3 exhibits. So the first, Exhibit A, should refer to the legal description of the property. Exhibit B should refer to the legal description of the easement area. And Exhibit C should be a map of the easement area. Second, staff recommends removing the reference to the creek setback waiver which is still inadvertently on page 9. This is a resolution, the resolution 2021-03. And then third, to simplify condition of approval 15 to simply refer to the creek trail easement, which is Exhibit B in your packet. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Can I get so I can see the other council members? I can't see them to call on them. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, so now is the time to ask any questions. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, so I guess I want to make sure the questions that were posed in the 2 letters that we got, and I just want to make sure that we've addressed them. It seems like you did address some of them, and I just want to make sure that we may have some ideas for the other ones. And the one was from David Clark on March 22nd. And his question number 1 was basically, in other words, the 2 above items are given equal weight in the table and the analysis, but not in the resolution. So he was talking about the Springing Trail easement, and is it sufficient that we commented on it in the resolution? I know it's in the tables and everything else. And is it thought that we covered it well enough in the actual resolution?
So I will, it is up to the discretion of City Council. The way we've drafted the report, the creek setback exception is required as part of the entitlement. There needs to be an exception based on the deck being in that creek setback area. The creek trail easement is a voluntary easement that the property owner is proposing to allow public access for. It's not a requirement for the project. And so it's not listed in the resolution, but it's something that the council could consider.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. I just was going to add, I think for posterity, it's always good to document where we can. So I think that's a good recommendation to include that.
So it's clear.
Yeah, so it's very clear. So you don't go back and forth going, wait, what's this? And it's not in the resolution,
So would there be a way to add that to the resolution is the question.
Well, I would ask Greg or Jean, or who does that resolution? Can we add that to that resolution? Do you have a filter on? I think.
No, it's just very bad lighting. Apologies. Not my traditional office. So yeah, we can certainly add a recital that acknowledges the property owner's offer of the trail easement as an additional recital.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, great. To resolution. Okay, so the other questions that were raised, I think that I'd like to. It was a letter from Jeff Gilman, and it was the council resolution 2103 on page 9, and it talked about the construction of the deck, and the construction was with saying about a waiver for a deck is no longer applicable. Is that true? You kind of covered that in your. So that is true. Okay.
So when we came to you with this in January, we had included the deck as a waiver under state density bonus law. The council and the applicant preferred not to have the waiver, and so instead the applicant's pursuing the creek setback exception, and therefore we could strike the language on page 9 about the waiver for the deck from the resolution.
Okay. So did you do that, or do we need to do that? I guess that's my question.
So that was on the slide, that staff recommendation is to strike that language, and we can do that following this meeting when we prepare the final resolution with any changes that the council wants to make. We could make them at that time. So that would be part of the motion.
Okay, all right. So he had like, a bunch of other in the conditions of approvals. Did we, I guess I could just ask this one big lump thing. Did we add all those in, or, because I know the other one you kind of just did, or are there any of these in here that we did not add? And so we need to like talk about it. I guess so he's got number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 and 9. No, 8. And so these seem.
So we have, again, on the slide, in terms of condition number 9, so that's number 2 on Mr. Gilman's letter.
Yeah.
Staff generally agrees with that instead of having the condition as written, we would simplify it and just refer to the springing easement document that's in Exhibit B of your packet. And that frankly just helps staff keep track of agreements as they get recorded and make sure they're in the file. I mean, essentially, if you're approving this tonight, that agreement would be approved and we go through, with the recording. It just allows us to track it. So again, that condition would just be simplified to just refer to that exhibit. We have not proposed other changes to conditions of approval,
right.
Including on number 3 in Mr. Gilman's letter.
You added long-term, okay, right? And then number 4, the date.
No, sorry, on number 3, we haven't proposed any changes to condition of approval number 46, and so that would be up to the council's discretion if you'd like us to do that.
Okay, all right. And then 4, the date, that makes sense. And I think you figured out number 5, right? That's what
right.
you
So
clarified,
5
right?
and 6,
yeah.
5 and 6, we clarified those exhibits.
Exactly. Okay, super. And then number 7. Is there a need for us to do that?
In terms of specifics for the agreement, I may defer to the city attorney.
I don't see a need for that change. I will say this agreement was heavily negotiated and took several weeks. So I'm not inclined to make changes that we don't absolutely need to make. I would encourage moving forward on the agreement as is.
Okay.
With the revisions that Ms. Eisberg has previously mentioned.
Correct. Okay. And then number 8, you're saying, does that apply the same as number 8?
Correct.
Don't change it. Okay, got it.
As well as 9. 9 is what we were able to negotiate.
Okay. All right. Those are my questions. Any other questions? Okay, so are we ready to go to public comment? Okay, so we'll go to public comment.
Okay, so Mayor Kandel, we don't have any public comment.
Well, wait a second.
The applicant needs to make a presentation.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Okay.
I'm like, I'm missing something.
Yeah. Jean, I don't see any of the people whose names you gave me earlier in the attendees list. I've made Greg co-host. If there's somebody else. Brian Griggs has raised his hand, but that he's not on the list that you gave me. The hand went down. So who are the people supposed to be in?
Brian Griggs is the applicant team. It looks like he's now a panelist.
Oh, so Greg let him in. All right. Anybody else? Because he was not on the list that you guys gave me earlier, but go ahead.
Sorry. I just wanted to be real brief. Thanks again to city staff, Jeannie, Greg, Matt, and the city attorney's office for working through these agreements. I think it was cooperation to get us here. I appreciate all the feedback we got from council. I'm glad we were able to, eliminate several of the waivers to try and not make it so skewed. in one direction, and hopefully we've avoided a precedent relative to the creek, and hopefully set a precedent on adjacent owners and other landowners in the areas of those creeks being willing to do something for the betterment of the city. And we hope we gain approval tonight, and I'm here to answer any questions you might have, either on the agreements themselves or the project. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So that they're done with their presentation. So now I can take public comment. Okay, public comment. Is there any, Jeff?
Hold on one sec. Yes, there is. David Clark is joining the meeting now.
Hi, everybody. I wasn't going to say anything, but I just want to say thank you. Thank you, Mayor Candell, for walking through those changes. And thank you, Ms. Eisberg, for making some of those. I know they weren't submitted just over the weekend, but that's very thorough, and we appreciate it. And also, I'd like to say thank you personally to Brian, because for his cooperation throughout this process, and his I appreciate his concern, care for the city of Lafayette. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any more?
No more public comment.
Okay, so now we want to go through, so do we have, we
The
did,
Mayor, we
a
usually
rebuttal
offer
typically.
it.
Yes.
Yes.
So Brian Griggs, would you like a rebuttal? And I'm seeing Councilmember Anduri. Okay, Councilmember Anduri, you're muted.
I have a question for Mr. Griggs.
Okay, so please, Mr. Griggs, come back on.
A short, quick one. See, there we go.
Sorry, I just got back in. I didn't hear the question.
No, I haven't asked it yet. First, I want to thank you for your cooperation on this project as well. Thank you. One of the suggestions that was made by a member of the Creek Committee was in the conditions of approval that we add the words long-term before stability.
That's fine.
The Ivy, is that okay with you?
Yep.
Okay,
No
thank you
problem.
very much. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, so I think we go forth. So no rebuttal. All right, so we can start going through the resolution. And unless anybody has any other questions or concerns before we go through it. I'm not seeing any. Okay.
Oh,
so
Mayor Candell?
Yes.
Just
yes.
Since this is kind of a new thing for me to see. This, the conditions of approval, they are basically kind of the, what would you call it? The amended version. Is that, so just we accept the conditions with all those red marks? Those are the latest. I just want to clarify for my own edification. Those are the latest of the conditions of approval and should reflect everything that we've decided to date, which we just reviewed. I just want to confirm that.
Okay. Fair. Yes.
But there's no other version of this that will be refined. This is it. Okay. Okay, thank
All
you.
right. I'm seeing Jean nodding and everything. So, and Walla, everybody. So yes, we are here. Okay, great. So going through the resolution, I guess at this point, since we've gone through it so much, can we make this quicker? And if anybody has any specific changes, go ahead and bring them up. Councilmember Anduri.
Yep, I've got some specific changes starting on page 3. This is under zoning ordinance compliance. See height. The last sentence is the waiver for height will allow the construction of a 48-foot building. I'd like to add the sentence, the city council is required by law to grant the waiver, period. I want to make it clear for the record that is the case. I would like to add the same language at the end of paragraph F on the same page. This is on setbacks.
Sure.
And I'd like to add the same at the end of G, which is the parking. Is everyone okay?
Mhm.
It's changed. That's it on the resolution.
Thank you, Councilmember Andori. I think that's really good that we do call those out when, and try to keep track of those. So thank you for pointing that out.
I'd like to consider Jeff Gilman's agreement to strike that number 1 on page 9, top paragraph. It's a little bit hard to find, to see if we'd like to do that. Because he's not asking for the setback exclusion. All right, Councilmember Anduri?
Yeah, we definitely do. I thought that was part of, yes, we definitely do.
Okay, great. And then the simplification he was asking for in his number 2 is, so take that.
That's in the conditions of approval.
Conditions of approval, exactly. Back now down to the conditions of approval. And I'm sorry, scrolling. COA 15. Right, and if we could just refer to the actual spring agreement, right? In there, okay. And so then on COA number 46, we can add the long term, which Mr. Grigg said that was okay. And I think the rest of them are no more changes. Any other comments? All right, so I guess we could entertain a motion. So do I hear a motion? Thank you.
Okay. Excuse me. First of all, also thank you for going through the questions from the Creeks folks, and thank you to David and Jeff for submitting those. I move that we adopt resolution 2021-03, finding the project exempt from CEQA and approving the project subject to the conditions of approval as amended.
And the modified resolution as we amended it tonight.
Yes.
If that's okay. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'll second that.
Okay, great. So I have a move second. Do we have any discussion? No, I'm not seeing any. All right, so let's take a vote. So Vice Mayor Geringer?
Aye.
Councilmember Brooks?
Aye.
Councilmember Anduri?
Aye.
And Councilmember Dawson?
Aye.
Right, and I'm an aye, so it is unanimous. I think that broke a record.
No.
And in terms of speeds, though, thank you, everybody. Thank you, staff. Thank you,
Yeah.
Brian Griggs. Thank you, everybody. And,
Right.
and the Creeks, and all the Creeks.
Yeah, I was going to add, yeah, thanks for thanking the developer and Brian.
Absolutely. All right, great. So we didn't remove anything from consent calendar. And so now let's go to council member and council and commission reports. Does anybody have anything to put on to report or add? Yes, Councilmember Dawson.
I just have a question. It came up from our discussion just of goal setting and Councilmember Andori's idea and something I've seen before about doing a rolling kind of vision plan for what do we see 20 years from now. You know, I'm wondering if we want to consider that kind of planning, especially now we're in the midst of general planning. You know, it kind of aligns. Or maybe that's within that. I don't know. I'm just putting it out there because I've seen where Rod's group particularly has helped the city, I want to say of Union City, actually do that kind of work. It was like a 2, 5, and 20-year planning. And I thought that's usually what businesses do, actually. So it's just something I think that is a good way to look at investing too, into our city and our resources. So just a thought to consider.
Councilmember Andre?
Yeah, I obviously support that. I'm just wondering, Mayor Kendall, Vice Mayor Geringer, you're attending every one of the GPAC meetings. Has there been any discussion at GPAC about conducting a survey to get a sense of what long-term the citizens want? And if so,
yes,
the schedule for that, because that would work in beautifully to a longer term look at what services people want, which would go beyond the GPAC, but help us think about what resources we will need and either go out for those resources or decide not to, but then set expectations. And frankly,
right.
I don't want to get beyond our discussion, but I think we really need to set expectations.
So what they are doing is embarking on this mission statement, and it is going to be mission, vision, and values. And so they are going to do a very broad public outreach to understand where those are, and then we'll see kind of where that leads us. And so I think that'll be helpful in this process. I think that should, if we don't make it helpful, then we're not doing it right. Because it is it is in their purview to make that kind of outreach. And so maybe a thought would be, because the mission statement, the outreach is going to be starting to be soon, let's make sure they come back and circle back with us and make sure that process is doing what we are hoping it will do. So we don't have to do it twice, right? Because it is under their purview. Is that something that would be a reasonable thing to do? Or are we discussing too much?
I was just wondering if Mayor Kendall, are you thinking of bringing it back after that GPAC has fleshed that out more? Because what we're
no,
talking
I'm
about
thinking
right now is
before it goes, having them come back before they go out to make sure that we're aligned with how they're going out. Maybe
so then we'd want to put that on a future agenda for a full discussion.
Yeah. And then see if that is doing what we think it should be doing. And if it's not, then we'll add this possibly other item. Is that okay? Okay, I'm seeing some heads. All right. Yeah.
In terms of when to agendize this matter, are you thinking a few months down the road? So
no, sooner. The mission statement team is starting to go soon. I mean, the GPAC should be coming back to us. So I don't.
As part of the GPAC report back.
As part of the GPAC report, please,
okay.
Please.
About the mission statement values.
And their outreach, especially. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, anything else? I'm not seeing anything. All right, so city manager update.
I have none.
None, okay, great. So we do have one more closed session. So I will adjourn, no, I won't adjourn. We will leave this meeting to go to another closed session. We'll report out afterwards.
And Mayor, if we can just confirm, I don't see any hands raised, but so I just want to confirm there's no public comment on the closed session before we go into it.
Oh, thank you very much.
No hands raised.
Okay. All right, thank you. So we'll go to closed session. Thank you. Hello. Hi, so we are
Oh,
back.
welcome back.
Thank you. And with no reportable action. And I'll adjourn the meeting.
All right, very good. Have a good evening, everybody.
Is that good, Joanne? What's up?
Don't we need 3 council members to adjourn?
Councilmember Geringer is in, she is, I see her as an attendee, so.
Oh, hold
we can
on, there
move
she
her
is.
over.
Yeah, if we could move her over, just so we know we had a
Oh,
quorum.
so do we need a quorum to adjourn? I have no idea. That is.
Yeah.
I've let it go, Joanne, when we haven't had a quorum, but we have a quorum.
Excellent. Thank you. So we are back with no reportable action, and I will adjourn the meeting.
All right.
Thank you.
Night, everybody.